Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party Anti-War Rally, where we offer every U.S. citizen $400 per month per U.S. adult. And Donald, if you're watching our show, and you have been for some time now, a couple of years, stealing my ideas, please steal this one. The American people need something. And we need to get rid of welfare and all this money we're giving out to non-U.S. citizens, which is why we have a huge border crisis right now. Because Donald Trump, he hates on Muslims, and he wants to put a border fence up, which is my idea, by the way. But he wants to actually telegraph it and tell people about it in advance and how he's going to deport Muslims. Do you realize how stupid that is? He's trying to create a border crisis with his mouth, and he has. He's effectively had. Created a border crisis. Now a huge number of people from all around the world are amassing in Mexico, trying to come into our country. Thanks, Donald. You imbecile. Yeah, we have a plan called fast-track naturalization. And fast-track naturalization is a way better plan because we tell people that you can become a U.S. citizen in your own home country at the U.S. Embassy for a fee, as long as you pre-qualify. So my idea of fast-track naturalization, I coined this term, by the way. Obama used the term in 2010 as his own. It's amazing, even he's stealing my ideas. It's nothing like Obama's plan. But fast-track naturalization is an opportunity for people to become a U.S. citizen the legal way. And they can get a free education at the embassy when this plan is put into place. And they can use that education in history and government and take this test and pay the fee to become a U.S. citizen at that point. And then they could come in legally, as opposed to sneaking in with a coyote, snipping their fingers off, sending it back to their family going, "You need to pay a little extra for this person to be here. We will not release him from this suburban house in Mexico, in the Phoenix, Arizona." Phoenix is the second largest capital of kidnapping in the world. And drug cartels are frequently bringing in people who haven't paid enough to cross the country, and they snip their fingers off and send it back to their family to get more money out of them. I look like an American. I'm American of Germanic descent, Norwegian descent, and English descent, and Romanian descent. My entire life has been, from day one, living in America. I've only traveled to Mexico once or twice, and Canada once or twice. Tucson's even closer to the border, Roche, yeah. Science is creating a system that predicts events before it happens. Yeah, that's because everything is telegraphed. All the things that are happening, like right now, I don't need to be a scientist to tell you that there's going to be an even bigger drought in California. It doesn't take a genius, even though I am a genius, to come up with this. They're literally creating the drought in California. So for somebody to say, oh, mind-boggling, scientists create a system, whatever. They're doing it. They're purposely creating a drought in California. Sarah will be coming in a little later. She does this stuff because it's, a big break for me. And she tries to have a life of her own. Okay, Trump's made another weird appointment. He's appointed Rex Tillerson of ExxonMobil to be named Trump's Secretary of State, according to sources. He's planning on making this appointment. And we're wondering exactly how much this CEO, who didn't pay any taxes for years as a company, the CEO of ExxonMobil, how he got to be selected. How much did he pay Trump or his family? Is this a Rod Blagojevich kind of appointment? I need to know answers. I really do. What's going on? Why would the ExxonMobil chief trump Mitt Romney, a traditional person in the Republican Party, could have easily been the Secretary of State? Rudy Giuliani left with his tail between his legs a couple days ago, saying he had told Trump he wasn't going to be in the running on the 29th, but on the 8th, Trump said no, he's not going to be picked. So I imagine there is some fallout there between loyalists who supported Trump. This is exactly what a scumbag does. They turn on their friends. I don't really want to see this guy talk, so I'm just going to dump out of there. Now, because I'm not a bully like Trump, and I'm an average person with above average intelligence, I appeal to a lot of people. And that's what makes this a really unique show. And many people around the world are looking at this idea, once you become an adult U.S. citizen, you can get $400 a month, but you have to go through the process. Here's an interesting map. It shows what every country is best at. Wow. International number ones. Apparently America is best at, let's see, we have the best spam emails. Wow, look at that. And let's see what Hungary has. The best porn stars. Wow. Croatia has the best kidney transplants. Bulgaria, maternity leave. Yeah, this is pretty funny. Sweden has the best pop music. Norway has the best pizza eaters. Now that's funny. A major child trafficking ring as being uncovered in Norway. I wonder when America's child trafficking ring is going to be uncovered. You're not allowed to talk. I am working out. You're not allowed to talk about Pizzagate in a country that claims to be free and democratic. Isn't that an amazing situation? A country that claims to be free and democratic now will not allow you to use the word Pizzagate on 3 or 4 networks, or you get banned. Do you think maybe the pedophiles are trying to cover up their act by telling you can't talk about them? You think maybe? You think? You think? Yeah. You're going to punch me? Have you ever seen me take a punch? I can take a punch, man. I've taken numerous punches from people. And I know I can deliver a punch, too. Yep. When you hit some guy and he doesn't even respond, you know something's not right. I can take a punch real hard and just sit there. Because I believe in nonviolence. That's basically why we're starting the anti-war rally every Saturday, because I'm a nonviolent activist. I'm a person who believes that the best pathway to peace is by not starting wars. Not like Trump, who wants to fund an attack against more ISIS forces in Syria and to start a ground war in Syria and start a ground war in Iran. I think Putin made a mistake by not endorsing me early in the campaign. He should have just said, "We are looking at why you are censoring this Mr. Man David Sponheim." But instead he sucked up to the guy who stole my ideas, and you're not dealing with David Sponheim, Mr. Trump. You're dealing with Mr. Buy-it-bold greedmonger Trump. Yeah, Mr. Putin. Okay. They are dangerous. They are a threat. Yeah, the fact is, pedophiles in this country are getting a cover-up, a massive cover-up, courtesy of Donald Trump. He will not allow anybody in his entire cabinet transition team to tweet about Pizzagate. Can you imagine? I don't understand how a country can be free and democratic and not allow its people to tweet about pedophiles. Well, considering I don't have any pedophile symbols on my show or on our website, and I've never been a pedophile, and I have no connection to pedophilia. Aside from that, you could make up stories about me on the internet, and anyone can pretend to be me, I guess, but believe me, I'm not the guy who walked into the Miss Teenage USA campaign or the pageant and went into the dressing room and said, "Don't mind me, nothing I haven't seen before." Donald Trump did that. And there were 14-year-old girls dressing with their clothes off. And you're wondering why he's covering up the Pizzagate story. I wonder why, you think? 25 million single-use plastic bags are discarded every day in California. And it's become law now. California is making it official. Will be the first state to ban plastic bags. It's going to be interesting to see somebody carrying a plastic bag and arrested in the streets of California. Jerry Brown, the commie dictator governor of California, he wants to ban plastic bags, but he just recently signed a law into effect that allows child prostitution to not go punished. Can you imagine? You're not even going to be serving any time as a child prostitute in California. And you're wondering, are the pedophiles running the country? You wonder, aren't you? Yeah, so many of you just don't know what to do. I mean, you're powerless like we are, and that's why we built America's Third Party, so we can have some power. I'm not going to unban everybody at Vaughn. No way. I'm not running the country because the pedophiles are running the country, and they don't want an honest man. An honest man in a country like our country, America, the most corrupt country in the world now. It's up there with Zimbabwe and Robert Mugabe. Our country is pathetic with corruption. An honest man is the most dangerous person in a country that's this corrupt. And that's why they won't give me any airtime. That's why they won't profile any of my ideas. They just steal them. Yeah, they banned plastic bags, but now the stores sell them to you. What a total joke. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We have 60 people watching from Nigeria. With Donald, you have no ethics. You've got a guy who's been accused of groping women, openly said he likes to touch women by the beep, beep. You can do it any time. I mean, this guy has been caught doing it, and you still voted for him like a bunch of Trump-tard idiots. You're traitors to this country. Don't get me started. We've been corrupt a long time. Oh yeah, I knew that I was entering a situation where corruption rules the nation. Why do you think I started America's Third Party and have been doing it every night for the past 8 years, except for Sunday? I take the day off. I don't lie at all. I've never lied in my life, which really shocks me. I grew up with a really high bar of ethics. I can't tell you, my father was just this paragon of virtue. I mean, even though he was a military man, a Marine, he fought in 3 tours of duty in the Philippines, defending our nation against the Japanese. And I'm sure many people in Japan regret that that war happened too. And my father regretted that he had to kill Japanese soldiers. He was a sharpshooter. And he's one of the reasons why we won World War II. But my father taught me such strong ethics that it was like etched in my mind. I couldn't even go out and sell advertising and lie, like most advertisers. When I had an advertising company, my one of the weird things is you sometimes partner up with publications, and I looked into a publication on our island, and they told me a lie. I had to absolutely lie to every one of my clients. I said, I'm not lying to anybody. I'm not telling them their competitors are in this book and they're not. That's an outright lie. So they said, well, if you can't lie, then I guess you can't work for us. I said, well, I guess I can't work for you, so just send me my residual check and I'm out of here. I'm just an honest person, and there's nothing wrong with being honest. But it just doesn't make you a lot of money in a world of lies and deception. My father was a war hero, and he was so deeply saddened by what he had had to do to defend our nation that he said he felt like he had lived a different life. And then my father said something else. He said, war is obsolete, David. With the advent of nuclear weapons, war is obsolete. And that was right before 9/11 and the World Trade Center attack, and right before our nation starting war in Iraq and Afghanistan. So in a way, my father was right. It is obsolete, but we have to make it obsolete. We can't just sit here and expect it to be obsolete. And for the longest time, I was wondering, why is the World Bank and the IMF backing a war in Syria, and why are they pressing deeper into Ukraine, and basically parking in former satellite nations of the Soviet Union, the former Soviet Union? He was a good man, yeah. And I finally came to the conclusion that what we're doing, and if you're watching in Russia, this is what we're doing. America seems to be camping out in your back door. And that's because they think, and this is how deluded these leaders like Kissinger and others, Brzezinski, are. They think that they're going to wait out Putin's life, that somehow Putin's going to die and then that's when they're going to strike. This is how stupid they are. Putin is in good health. He appears to be a strong leader. But to even angle into a position where you would want to strike a nation like Syria once Putin is gone, that's exactly what they're up to. Yeah, so we're not fighting for freedom in that country. We've created the refugee crisis out of Syria. Our nation, and under Barack Obama and Clinton, who created ISIS, this imaginary new terrorist group that replaced Al-Qaeda. Yes, Steven Seagal has become a citizen in Russia. That's what I've heard. Russia is not bad. Russia is trying to defend their country. Vladimir Putin is very open about his desire to retain the former, at least access to the former satellite nations that the Soviet Union did control. So it's not like he wants to lose ground here. And that's a respectable position. There's nothing disrespectable. He's a patriot for his own country. But Trump, he's like Greece. He'll work with any Russian mobster that he can to work a side deal and then trade that for some peace in Syria. He doesn't give a crap about the people. And that's why he's in bed with Russian mobsters. That's why most of Trump's income over the past few years has been from Russia. And that's why the CIA is now questioning what's happening. They're pretty much convinced that this just came in. From Chicago Tribune, I'll give you a link to it. Secret CIA assessment says that Russia intervened in the election to help Trump win. But they don't understand. Trump is not going to pull the rebel troops. Trump is already on track with Kissinger, who wants rebels to stay there. Their direction is the New World Order. They wanted to assimilate Syria. Syria has its own banking system. They don't need the Rothschilds. But you see, the Rothschilds want total power over the world because they're the richest family in the world. They're worth over $200 trillion. That's what's really happening here. I'm giving you the nitty-gritty on what's going on in the world today, based on my assessments. This isn't false information. This is my assessment. And you can take it or leave it. That's why we're still in Syria camping out, giving rebels support. We're fueling terrorists in that region. And our government just announced that we can't guarantee that the weapons we give the rebels won't fall into the hands of ISIS. And they're still giving them weapons. They just authorized another $500 billion under Obama. Excuse me, $500 million under Obama. And that's $1.16 billion to the rebels. Now, how come we haven't funded Detroit and Cincinnati with $1.16 billion? How come Obama's been such a worthless suck-up to Kissinger? Because Kissinger controls the dialogue. He's controlling everything, and he's just a puppet too. That's what's really pathetic. I'm sure the Rothschilds call him up on the phone and go, "Hello, Henry. It's so nice to hear you." "Well, it is very good to hear from you too, Nathan. I was just wondering if you could manage to tell Trump to simply continue supporting rebels so that we can maintain our pressure on the Syrian government to, of course, bring humanitarian differences." "Yes, they will try to do that. It's really a new world order." Well, okay then. Nathan Rothschild and Henry Kissinger having a conversation, an imaginary conversation. "David, I think the CIA is watching me. They have a mailman who spies for them, and they're at my house every day. What do I do?" Are you serious, Potato Girl? I think your mailman is just your mailman. Why do you think he's spying on you? They're called mailmen. They do spy, by the way. Mailmen have actually turned people in. In Texas, a mailman walked by a window delivering some mail in a house, and two men were having anal sex in the window. Did you hear about this? It led to a Supreme Court decision to overturn Texas' rule against sodomy. But the postman reported their anal sex in the window. Now, I'm not a person who talks about that normally. Okay. I don't know what to do with that. Senate quietly passes the Countering Disinformation and Propaganda Act. So this is the censorship they're starting. This is it. Make no mistake about it. They're quietly starting the propaganda censorship in the U.S. media, trying to shut down anyone who uses words, defining what free speech is. Unbelievable. This is just this accessing Russian propaganda. You know, the real story, the fake news isn't about Russian propaganda. The fake news is about the pedophiles in Washington not wanting you to investigate Pizzagate. Russia's air power has a strategic advantage that enables the Assad regime to perpetuate the conflict through the wanton slaughter of innocent Syrians? What? Oh, come on, Ben. We're gonna mute you. You're not going to come in here with this New World Order dogma. Remember the gassing of all those people that they said Assad did? It was never reported in the U.S. media, but there were no 1,300 deaths from gassing. And right after that period, Putin was smart enough to actually say to Syria, go ahead and have your chemical weapons supplies investigated by the UN. He led on that issue. Putin led on that issue. And Assad obliged. He said, sure. He wasn't planning on using chemical weapons against his own people. I mean, this whole line of crap coming out of the New World Order and out of the World Bank, IMF, and the Rothschilds, essentially, has been to create the illusion that Assad is this horrible autocrat who's destroying his people, and we have to go in there and save them. And that's exactly what Putin is against, us going in and trying to change a government that's functioning. Undermining an autocratic leader like Syria, Assad, is absolutely absurd. Why would we even do that? We're simply trying to create a conventional war scenario. And that brings up the most important point of my whole show today. They want you to go off and die. If you're a Russian, they want you to go fight a war in Syria. If you're an American, they want you to go fight Russians in Syria. Yeah. They want to depopulate the earth. And our biggest battle is to stop these rich, super rich pigs, these greedy pigs, from dominating world policy. That is our biggest challenge right now. And we're doing it using the power of the internet, raising awareness. Nope, I don't have any baldness. I think I've explained that to you 1,000 times. I don't know. Sears is going to try something new. We'll see if they can do something. I've been suggesting that Sears and JCPenney should open up kiosks for people to actually sell their wares in their empty stores. Empty Sears are not doing any good at all. We could actually have swap meets in every Sears store that's closed in America. They still have the property. They can't sell it. They can't sell the property. It's like a noose around their neck. You know, if this is a new beginning with trading oil with Russia and cutting the Arabs out, then I guess we really are Russian now at this point. Yeah, I just don't believe that we're going to in any way have a freer and more democratic country when we align with a communist country run by a totalitarian leader who simply gets rid of his enemies. Now, if I get terminated in this election, if they kill me, then you'll know for a fact that we are like Russia. You'll know for a fact that we've completely succumbed to a communist takeover. Yeah, Russia could be anything they want. But Putin still has a very strong connection to the Politburo, and he still is very much a communist, and he would admit that himself. He believes in certain key tenets. And when you look at communism, it might appeal to some of you people who are really hardcore Democrats. It doesn't appeal to me. Communism is like all of the forms of economics that Marx created. Capitalism, Marxism, capitalism, socialism, and communism are all inherently undermined by greed. Squatter claims to have lived rent-free in a Trump property for 9 years, even receiving meals and free meals and fresh flowers. A squatter living in a Trump property in the New York Times.
Hi, everybody. I am a squatter in Donald Trump's building, Trump Tower, in New York City. As you can see, I'm in my pajamas. There's Central Park right there. And that tall building is the Essex House on Central Park West, near 59th Street. I came in here about 9 years ago and snuck in the building and just started occupying one of the empty rooms in here. By the time our housekeeper noticed I was here the next day, she called the manager and they called the New York City police. Who came up here and told me I had to leave or I would be arrested. When I told them I would not go, they contacted Mr. Trump over the phone, and he came down here. Instead of him evicting me off the property, he said that I can stay. And it's been 8 years I've been here.
Oh, bullshit. Right, sure. I don't believe that for a second. That's the fakest video I've ever seen. What do you think? Here he is with his lovely daughter, Ivanka. She is a looker. And, you know, all that money bought her amazing plastic surgery, so she'd be more of Daddy's little girl. And now Donald wants her in a room near his. He doesn't want his own wife in the White House. He wants Ivanka in the White House. Isn't that sweet? Yeah. So she did amazing work with this plastic surgery, the whole area in here built. I mean, it is phenomenal how great she looks. And I don't mean to disparage their love for each other, but isn't it a little weird that Donald wants her room next to his, and he doesn't want Melania living in the White House? Is that a red flag for any of you? Any at all? Are you don't care? Oh, this is amazing. Look what the socialist country of Venezuela has done. They've seized 4 million toys from price gouging importers to give to the nation's poor for Christmas. Look at that. You know, and now if only they could feed their own people. That'd be great. Toys are a good start, though. Toys for socialist tots. Sarah's here. I was not complimenting. Ivanka is married. She has a husband, Jared Kushner, who's now very, very much a right-hand man to Donald. Also a member of the Goldman Sachs team. So the Goldman Sachs is really close to the White House now. They're in bed with the White House. Now this is just a head warmer. They're very popular up in Washington. We've got warm rooms. We've got 2 rooms for 75 degrees. We are on it. This is a room that we keep cool because I get pretty hot in here.
David, yeah.
You know I'm a hothead.
And David is much cooler. He likes the weather cooler than I do. All right. I know, Dark Oak. It's hard to believe. David, you're just standing back there.
I'm gonna get some more stuff.
Completely serious.
We've got 100 million viewers tonight, so you may want to just, spice it up.
Okay, spice it up. Spice it up. I'll work on that. I'm not always as spicy as David, but I think I can try to spice things up, liven it up. Yeah, 100 million viewers. Based on what David just told me. He said it, therefore it must be true. You like it spicy? I like cayenne pepper sometimes in my dishes. And the little hot peppers. That's true. I like it spicy. Cinnamon cloves. Hi, Master Meatball. Yeah, cinnamon cloves would be good. What happened to your other name, Kool-Aid? Why did you have to change it from Kool-Aid Anthrax to Anthrax Kool-Aid? Oh, what happened to your other name, Kool-Aid? Why did you got addicted to David and you should have left and gone to work an hour ago, but you stayed and watched David? Yeah, sometimes that happens. Dark Oak, I am broadcasting on Vaughn. Oh, they asked to store stuff on your PC? Ooh, that's kind of weird. I don't... Or you think they're storing stuff on my PC right now? Oh, the usual stuff, like cookies. This just in, Katie's going to go actually and find something better to do with her life. Oh, you went to Pat's room, so you got banned there. Ghost pepper or Carolina Reaper peppers? Whoa, those would probably be hot. Oh, the things to speed up the stream. That's what I'm going for, a little John McEnroe look. Yeah, exactly, 526, and I'll continue to stand by that. No, I'm not serious. I'm not really going for the John McEnroe look. That's just what somebody in the Vaughn chat saying. Thank you, John Stockton's son. I don't remember 539. I don't think I've been fortunate not to have one, or at least not one that I've ever had to see a doctor for. You bought one of these? It's nice because it keeps your ears nice and warm. It's like an ear muff. Oh no, I'm not going to do that about and I know you're trying to educate Dave about intellectual property, but you know, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to unban you, because I think that you need to realize that that's just not going to work. I think for role plays, ROLE, like different roles in a acting thing. But that's okay, 539. You can come in as this. Is that your only... I thought, don't you have a few different usernames that you use to try to educate David? You probably do need a tutor, considering you can't spell probably correctly or tutor correctly. Nice scissor fight. You know I love interesting engineering ones. Okay, so what's the name? I guess I can do. I can unban you, I suppose. What's the exact name? Hi, Mad Dog. How are ya? Are you having an awesome Saturday? I am. I spent today with David, cleaning, catching up on things I need to do. You're cold? Well, I'm glad you don't have a cold. I hope you don't have a cold. Okay, I'll unban you. 32. Let's see what the weather's like where I am, and then I'll unban Lauschwert. Blah. What does that name mean anyway? I guess it's a little warmer here. So there it's 32 and 75% humidity. We're a little more humid, but 39 degrees. Ooh, my goodness. Calgary, MJS. What could you do? I would not want to be there. Oh, it means the blue sword. Okay. -6 degrees Fahrenheit or -21.1 degrees Celsius. Oh, cold. That is cold. I would be like, heater, hug. That's what I would do if I were up there. I don't think I would. Yeah. No. I don't think I go well with the cold. Yeah, maybe that's true, 526, because when you're driving through there, well, I haven't actually driven through Calgary, but maybe it's true they have to live underground because underground is actually warmer. Toronto 0, Seattle 0. What are they playing? What sport is that? Pencil Tucky Ducky. I'm so not a sports person, so I have no idea. How about just Fargo? Okay, how about this? No, I guess it doesn't like me doing... Wait, Fargo. Is Fargo North Dakota? Yes, Fargo's North Dakota, not South Dakota. All right. It feels like 1 degree Fahrenheit. That's cold too. Very cold. I think you have to put a comma between the city and the state, Mad Dog. So let's try that. Yeah. Oh, it came in. But did you not spell it right? Just put the zip code, I know. If you know it. Oh, South Carolina, and then you put South Dakota. Okay. Well, North Dakota in the winter is super cold all the time with blizzards, and then in the summer it has tornadoes. Not all the time, but quite a bit of tornadoes. Buffalo, I don't think has as many tornadoes. Yeah, are you happy? How are you doing, David Nation? Yes, Standing Rock. Very cold. Yeah, severe snow in both North Dakota and Buffalo, New York. True. I agree with that. Why are you asking such a personal question, David Nation? No, 658. You can do that in the garden of your mind. Yes, it is personal. I don't know if my fallopian tubes are okay. I guess they seem to be because I... All right. Yes, lots of Vaughn accounts, not money. Yeah, well, that's why I said ... You like her like that, divination? What other accounts? 539? Sahasrara? What does that mean? You hate that Park City is not there anymore. Where was Park City, Roche? I know, divination is a curious sort, I suppose. Oh, A21, don't even bring that name up. Ooh. Oh. That's crazy. Alright. You have to unlock this book to read it. Ooh, another one from Interesting Engineering. Alright, let me get that one for you. Don't be surprised if you get banned again. And then don't ask for another unban, because you should learn a lesson from getting banned. Yeah, Dave Nation would talk to all the girls on the train. Just a troll, Dave Nation. I mean, Mad Dog, was a very old troll. A guest mentioned it first, Dave Nation, so not troll wise, more stalker wise. Yay, it worked. Well, I would think that you are Dana Sorensen if you're the only one that, like, still remembers that name, 821. Wait, Dana, Rusty was Dana? Wait, now I'm confused. Whatever happened to him? Okay. I didn't think so. I wouldn't doubt that, Dave Nation. You're so funny, Anthrax Kool-Aid. Oh, goodness. Well, I'm glad you guys I entertained. Oh, yeah. Well, I could see that happening. I liked Louie. Louie and I had a little camaraderie going. Oh, no way, Divination. I did not know that. Whoa. Spreading the gossip. That's very sad. Oh, goodness. So was I. Poor Mabel. She was like, I still think about Mabel, babes, because those people that didn't know Mabel Babes, she came into our show super early on, like 2008, and she was bedridden, and she couldn't get out of bed, so the only entertainment she really had and the only real social life she had was internet video chat. And so we formed a friendship. We used to talk on via Skype, and every time when I wake up in the morning, not every day, but a lot of times when I'm like grumpy, I think of Mabel Babes and how I'm thankful to be able to get out of bed every morning when I knew Mabel couldn't. And there are many, many people that can't get out of bed. And I just think how, she was always, she gave us little pictures of her cats. She got her cat to come up to her, and, she, even in the situation she was an inspiration to me. I am so glad to hear that, David Nation. Yay! You got rid of them. Yes. I bet you feel a lot better. Yep. Mabel loved ATP and others online, and her cat. She used to really watch this one guy who was, he was an artist, and he did, spray art and things like that. Yeah, definitely, David Nation. That's good. Not crabs, Mad Dog. A little something different, though. Yeah, that's true, Allura. Yeah, you remember the canvas art guy? Yeah, definitely. So 821, I guess you've been around for a while. You don't want to make an account. And, well, I guess we can just go over good times like that. I really do appreciate all the people that come and watch our show, and You are, Louie? I figured. How have you been, buddy? It's like... it's been a long time. I guess you've just been staying busy, keeping our country safe. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. It has been many years, it seems. But yes, I continue to do the show. And thanks to David's perseverance. I don't know if I would have given it up if David would have, but David will never give up the show, so I'll continue to support him because I'm very, very loyal. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Private sector IT. I have a thing for IT people. I think they are awesome. That's just the way I am. It's like, I don't feel like I could necessarily do that, IT, but it's like, I totally I like the idea, but too much work for me. I am trying to educate the next generation of IT people, though. Like, for instance, I helped coach a first Lego League programming the little EV3 robots with the brains like this big. And then, of course, with code.org, I try to do that once a year, which is pretty cool. And so, anyway. What is it that makes them good educators, David Nation? You're hilarious, potato girl. Well, K-N-O-W, Anthrax, Kool-Aid. You might be right, depending on where you live, Roche. You think the mailman is a CIA spy? Then just don't send anything through the mail. Yeah, we have the power to educate well. Yeah. Well, it's true that education is kind of in my blood. My genetics. Because my ancestors were teachers and my mom and dad weren't teachers, but my grandfather was. Yeah, I think it's about attitude too. Having a good attitude is awesome. No, potato girl, unless you're gonna pay the bills, I'm not gonna do that. You asked someone about your computer being hacked and they knew nothing. You had to learn for yourself. Yeah, I could see David being a good professor. Great professor. Just talking at people about what he believes. He would make good people arguing and things like that, I guess. But I'm glad you learned yourself, Anthrax. And thanks, Lemon Moon. I think I am. I think I was born for it. Oh, David Nation's totally a decent person in the real world, I think. I've just seen him on video, though. He is like a familiar person. Professor Sponheim. Yeah, I could see that. Do I still go Dutch when I'm going out with David? Sometimes. It all depends. But, yeah, I mean, if it's for a special occasion, definitely. Like my birthday, no. Your calves are sore. What did you do with your calves, bud? Were you doing squats? Is that what you were doing? Mad dog? DNS poisoning? I'm glad I don't know about that yet, Anthrax Kool-Aid. Sure, I'll have to figure that one out. That's pretty cool. First woman to visit all the countries on Earth. Wow. I guess she's decided she's going to be a self-appointed ambassador to the world. Starting at 27. She visited them all. What languages does she speak? I know, I agree. 526. It's my life, my house, and I can do what I wish. Oh, the step up platform. That's kind of like a step up, step down. That's like it's kind of like the squats. Actually, squats will do what that did to your calves. Squats will do to your thighs. I used to do some squats. I haven't for a little while. I haven't done a lot of working out. So you've been going to the gym, right, Mad Dog? That's pretty cool. Glad to hear it. You're getting in shape and... Oh, sorry, Plashwort. Alright, let's try it again. You like squats? I can do a squat. I like doing squats, actually. You did 30 minutes of circuit training, 15 on the bike, and 15 on the treadmill. What? Wow, that's like a full hour. All right, this is you doing squats. Total of 1 hour workout? That's awesome. You're going to inspire me, Mad Dog. Because I am so... Haven't done the workout thing for a while. All right, I know David does his don't stop because you don't stop. But there you go. You feel better? Nice. That is so great. Am I outside making this show? No. 384. Yeah, it's a little cold out here. It's about 40 degrees Fahrenheit. For squats, it's a start. Hi, Kevin Nee. Thank you. I am happy tonight. Alright, turn around. There you go. There's your back rub. I like to wear headbands this time of year. Ooh, nice. Drugs and exercise is what they have in problem. I could totally see David Nation doing that, going up to his best friend and like jumping on him, and his best friend like, dude, get off of me. Oh, thanks, 633. Okay, wait. Was there something that you said before this about the hacking? Alright, most computers when you start with most computers, usually that would be like the middle of a sentence. Most computers can be hacked, or as it can be hacked with a DNS poisoning to overload your firewall. Wow. No, I would not want to beat anyone up. Unless it was a battle of wits. But then again, my mama always said, don't have a battle of wits with an unarmed person. Well, he's not angry at me, 212. Ooh, thanks, Earth Sky. Alright, I'm going to check those out for a moment. In a moment. I've been opening links but not reading them. That's probably the next step, right? I would say that's a good step, Sarah. I know. Why not just breathe? Don't be angry. Alright, I'm first going to go to what Scissor Fight sent me. Meteorite. In the third time ever in history, scientists have unearthed an insanely rare quasi-crystal. They found it in a Russian meteorite. Thanks, behavior. What is that? College football? I just don't know. Thanks, Louie. Yay! So happy. Then you can bookmark our show. Just happened on it since the old days. I'm really glad to hear that you're working IT, private sector, doing good things for whatever company what is able to land you. Oh, goodness. 526, maybe Caesar is a ghost. All right. They found the material within the Katirka meteorite. According to scientists, an icosahedral quasi-crystal has rarely been seen before in nature. Scientists want to find its existence is impossible for decades. The new quasi-crystal has a 5-fold rotational symmetric and peculiar atomic structures. Five-fold rotational symmetry. That is pretty cool. All right, nice job. Even ghosts have standards, okay. Alright, that was cool about that quasi-crystal. Next, interesting engineering and design. Industrial designer Brady Whitney created the Codex Cylinda. The wooden box includes pages to unlock, and you can only read the contents by solving different puzzles on each page. There are only 5 pages in each book, so it's not like you're trying to read all of Moby Dick like this. So he used laser cutting to design and shape each 1/4-inch piece of wood, wove them together to create each puzzle. Wow, that's so cool. So as you're reading the book, you learn about Da Vinci. Let's take a look at this book. I'll show you guys. So here is his book, 5-page book. I'm a fast track natural? Whatever does that mean? I'm on the fast track naturally. And he said he just wanted to create the things that he had when he was a kid. That is very cool. Nice. Thank you, 384. You're probably right. Four steps to shut down all types of bullying. Be nice. That's it. So she wanted to travel to every country in the world. She calls her journey Expedition 196. She visited 181 countries.
Okay, that's good. Thank you so much for helping out.
All right, awesome.
I made some Brussels sprouts, so
Good.
you're gonna have some of the, finish those. Yeah. They're very good, full of vitamin B.
Yeah, but that's also 526. That's the way to get rid of people from your show
Yeah,
permanently.
yeah,
And never
526.
build an audience.
You got to let people come in and talk, and even if it is going to be insulting, some of you are starting your own shows. We started 8 years ago, and you got to give people a little leniency. And I'm known as a pretty tough purger and muter among the many people. What's this about?
This lady she's 27 and she's visited like almost every country in the world.
Bored panda. Yeah. I'm sure she's had a lot of experiences.
Yeah, she has.
Yeah.
And then...
No, it doesn't work. You gotta understand, 526, I'm not competing with a guy who copied our show. You know, we have a huge world audience. Vaughn is a small subset of that huge world audience. When we have a chat show every night, we talk to people. It's as if the Vaughn people think that they're important. And 200 viewers at Vaughn is called censorship for us. And we've been censored for a long time. Do I have evidence he copied our show? Start with the flag, the American flag. Let's just start there, okay? Because we started in 2008 with that. Yeah. All right, let's move on. The purge of government employees who believe in climate change has begun. Really? So if you believe in climate change, you're to be left without a job. Can you believe this? Of course we have climate change. They are creating chemicals in the sky that create this climate change. The climate change deniers are really hilarious to me. They're the ones that would rather wrap their mouth around a muffler and breathe diesel right in their gullet than they would wake up and realize we are living in a polluted world and it is not getting better. I mean, really, do we have enough time on this earth to stop on this ledge and say, oh, we don't have any climate change? That's how they're in deep denial, these chicken hawk Republicans. They're passing out questionnaires. Thanks for coming in. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm glad Louis Skunk is back.
Louis Skunk, well, look at you.
Good days. He's glad to see you're still so passionate.
Yeah, we haven't stopped. We're still trying to wake the American people up. It's amazing. Even getting into the dialogue. Thanks, Sarah. Even getting into the dialogue is almost impossible.
Thanks for making me dinner.
Wasn't much dinner. You can heat up rice if you want out of the refrigerator. That's a really cute gif. Scissor Fight just brought this in. It's hilarious. Some guy took a penny and carved it into Bart Simpson. Oh, man. Talk about a fake world. I never said get out of my show. No. She knows that she's tired. You know, she really, a half an hour for her is, I do an hour and a half to her half hour, or 2 hours to her half hour. Because this is my livelihood. And, you know, this is what I enjoy. I don't make money doing this, but this is what I enjoy. You know, when people are directed to do something, they're passionate. You know, Sarah does this because I think, you know, to be frank, she's helping me. Yeah. And I think that's great. Why do you do this show so much? Because I'm reaching out to nearly 100 million viewers a night now. And Vaughn is kind of a joke. Yeah. And I've been building a consensus to create a third party. And if we don't start with solutions like we're looking at right in front of us, we're never going to get anywhere. You can sit and listen to somebody brag about their monetary gains in life when they borrowed all this money to claim that they're rich. And then you know for a fact they're not going to help you. They're not going to give you $400 a month or anything. They're not even going to get you a cheap or a low-cost education. They're going to screw you. And then, so what did America do? They voted for the guy that likes to screw people. It's unbelievable. I don't watch Trump. I'm watching less of him every day. The reality is I hardly saw more than 15 minutes cumulatively of Barack Obama over the past 8 years. Now, that may seem a little weird to you, but... Well, no, we're looking at 400 right now. You'd have to work for the rest, Monkey Times. Our plan is called Baseline Plus, and it delivers the baseline. Everybody gets something. But if you really want the plus, you got to work for it. Wow. I found out that this Mary Meyer was involved with John F. Kennedy. Yeah, this is a new revelation that just came to me. I just found out about Mary Meyer. Yeah, she's a very beautiful woman, don't you think? She was. They say she was killed because she knew too many secrets about JFK. Yeah, very cute. Points all her own, sitting way up high. I don't think I'm going to appeal to as many working class white Americans as I would people who just live on a fixed income, because I think more and more our society is moving in that direction. You look at the models in Sweden and Finland and the Netherlands, they're giving Netherlands and Finland are giving money away. 400 per person is about 800 per family, and that's what they're experiencing right now in the Finland, and the Netherlands has even more. I think it's 900. So if you have a two-person family, husband and wife, you're looking at about 800, guaranteed. I'm sure you can pay rent in a small apartment somewhere in America and live with somebody. This is a very baseline that we pick. We picked this number because it's a baseline. And I want all the people watching around the world that we are looking at a method in which we can get people into this country and continue the process of legal immigration. No, I didn't get any press time whatsoever. I could have picked Trump apart verbally. Yeah, I would have ripped him a new one. He would have grown many assholes and shit all over himself in a debate with me. I can pull people down with verbal combat. You have no idea what I'm capable of doing. I'm doing this every night because this is what I've meant to do. Seriously. He'd be like drenched in his own butt cream. Yeah. When I got done with him verbally, it wouldn't even be a contest. Look, I learned the same style of communication that he learned. I learned from my mother, who grew up in Brooklyn. So I have a unique advantage over Trump. I know the Brooklyn style of defeating people in an argument, believe me. It comes from Hell's Kitchen, where my grandmother grew up. So if you think Trump's got New York, I'm sorry. I can take New York and give him a little extra. Musician builds tiny homes for the homeless. City promptly seizes and destroys them. I saw a guy doing this for a woman who was sleeping out in front of his house. He actually built a small little place that she could live in on wheels. It's phenomenal. He was a Marine. Wow. And this is something similar. Musician builds tiny houses. There you go. Elvis Summers crowdfunded tiny homes in part through his nonprofit, Starting Human, and raised over $100,000 for what he viewed as a decent, if temporary, solution. Wow, that's pretty cool. And with the help of volunteers in the contracting and construction business, built some 40 tiny homes of wood with steel-reinforced locking doors to provide solid shelter for struggling city tent residents in the city of L.A. Summers, who experienced homelessness in his 20s, viewed the little self-sufficient homes as a creative solution to LA's colossal homeless problem, particularly as the wooden structures provided a solid home base for those seeking jobs or drug and alcohol treatment. Summers' project went swimmingly. Individuals who survived in flimsy tents with little to no security felt the dignity of a structure to call home base. Suddenly, evicted tiny house residents weren't permitted to retrieve their few belongings, including medications, before police and garbage trucks hauled these homes away. Summers managed to pack up a few of the tiny homes on public property, but was forced to evict residents simply in hopes of saving the structures from the city. Well, I hope there's something here. Yes, let's look at this guy. Oh, look at that. Would you just look at that? Look at it. Would you just look at it?
Sleep in tent cities crowding the palm-lined boulevards of Los Angeles.
Wow.
But a struggling musician from South LA thought he had a creative temporary fix. He crowdfunded $100,000 and built dozens of solar-powered tiny houses to shelter the homeless. But on the morning city officials were gathering to celebrate their new nearly $2 billion plan to end homelessness, police and garbage crews were descending on the tiny homes, ordered by the city to seize and destroy them.
Wow. This is a 14-minute video we're going to play later tonight. Thank you so much. That's outstanding. Oh, you finally found out I was living underground?
Each night, tens of thousands of people sleep in tent cities crowding the palm-lined boulevards of Los Angeles. But a struggling musician from South LA.
Okay, so that's cool. I really like that story. That's great. Awesome. I'll play that tonight. Nice job, Dave. All right, so many of you are wondering where you'll be living once the apocalypse starts. Most likely you'll be on the surface of the earth, scorched, when they continue to ramp up the chemtrails and extend more radiation leaks around the country. So what the elitists are doing is they're slowly going underground, and they're living underground, like under the Denver airport. So that's why they want to start wars here on Earth, so they'll kill us off. You understand now? It's a very sick plan. Yeah, but you don't think we're onto you? We know exactly what you're up to, and you're watching too. I know you are. Your platform appeals to no one. Excuse me. We've got 100 million viewers who are trying to get in here or are being censored just to get into our show. They can't even get involved because they shut the door on all the guests. Every time you go in there from another country, you see this capacity server, VIP status must be. The guy's trying to sell accounts to these poor people who are watching us. I purposely went into a homeless situation. For 2 years, I lived in my van down by the beach. Yeah. Hi, Donald Trump. Welcome. Yeah, we haven't ruled anything out, Donald. You took another one of my ideas the other day on a tweet. Yeah, it's called intellectual property theft. It's what it is in a composite framework. What this is, Donald, is tantamount to other things you're doing around the country. I mean, it's treasonous to go ahead and ask Russia to go ahead and tap into Hillary's servers and commit espionage. That's called treason. But what's really interesting is you have to focus on the basic law here, Donald. And that is this. This is from a man named Transcender, who's one of our supporters. He says, you have to focus on basic law. He sold you on ideas by lying. That is actionable as a crime, not just civil, but fraud is illegal to say these are your ideas when they're not. So, taking my idea of limiting bills to 100 pages is audacious beyond belief. I will veto all bills beyond 100 pages. When I heard you tweeted that, hey, seriously, if you really want to steal my ideas, just hire me. Seriously, make me a special assistant to your presidency. But don't just come in here and steal ideas and think you can get away with it. Sorry. You need to talk to yours. Well, I thank you for coming in and adjusting the position, but we're not looking for somebody to bend over and grease your you-know-what and take it from Kissinger. We didn't ask for a person to go out there and suck up to the New World Order. Many of the people that voted for you, Donald, voted for you thinking that you were against the New World Order. But now you're acting like Kissinger's bitch. Come on. And you got a lot of answering to do about Russia. The CIA just released information that's extremely damning. No, I'm just telling you, this is what's going down, man. Look at this. The secret CIA assessment says Russia intervened in the election to help Trump win. Earth to Dave. Why would we allow a person to cheat to become president? And may I remind you, Donald, that you lost the popular vote to Hillary? I'm asking all the electors, Donald, to defect to Hillary right now. We're playing hardball because we're not going to sit back and watch you install Jeff Sessions, an attorney general that said that people that smoke marijuana are not good people. Can you imagine the decisions you're making? You openly said that Duterte, the president of the Philippines, check this out, he's a good guy. He's doing a good job. This guy's killing people without a trial. And then you are on record saying, Donald, seriously, that Saddam Hussein did a good job stopping terrorism. You're endorsing a despotic leader. Do you have any idea how pissed off people are? January 20th won't even be inaugural day. It'll be like the day of the Civil War, the way you're going. So I urge you to slow down, give me a call, get me on the phone, and let's talk about it. Maybe I can help. You need a good advisor. You're getting a lot of bad neocon advice from the George W. crew. And need I remind you, these people, these neocons, they absolutely are hated among the American people. Seriously. You won on the idea of stopping the New World Order, not sucking up to Kissinger. Good night. Sleep well. All right, well, we've got a lot of things to talk about tonight. It's always nice to get a word in edgewise, but thank you. At least I got a few words out. I Googled him earlier, I tweeted him earlier, and I'm kind of asking him, imploring him, to just tell Putin that we're going to be pulling away from rebel support in Syria. It would be great for world peace right now. Look, if he wants to have Russia in his back door, then why doesn't he open the front door and let them in so we can watch? Because the last thing we want is a presidential candidate who's got side deals going on with Russian mobsters, Donald. Yeah, I think you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, the American people are pissed. The South Koreans are incredibly pissed about a secret society of cultist Satanists, child killers. It's just unbelievable. And you won't even tweet about Pizzagate, Donald. Give me a break. Oh, I can't say that. John Stossel knows that. He owns that trademark. Give me a not a break. It's so funny. John Stossel owns a trademark on that. I'm sure I could say this is something else. You know, Charlie Sheen owns about 4 or 5 trademarks on things. Well, this is just the beginning, folks. We're just going to process this as information gathering. But because we talk about Pizzagate and we don't go out of our way to avoid it, we actually want to talk about the endangerment of children at the highest levels of government. I'm not afraid to talk about it. I still am living in America. I don't know about you. You may be in North Korea watching this, but I live in America, and I can talk about this because the worst thing on earth is to see vulnerable children, innocent children, being victimized in a system that is so corrupt that it's encouraging pedophilia. So that's something we have to address too. And I'm sure that Donald doesn't want to tweet about Pizzagate because his friend Jeffrey Epstein has been implicated as a pedo. So, I mean, the whole thing gets a little messy for him, but that is the point. The whole point of Pizzagate is to uncover new things underneath and to get to the root crimes being committed by the ultra-elitists that control our country. That's what I believe. I believe in miracles. Okay, that was Donald Trump 1210. That was 8 days ago he made contact with us. Okay. Oh no. That's not good. Read my story. I like your facial features. I want to squeeze your cheek. David Nation, seriously? What's going on with you? Dave, CNN says Pizzagate is fake. No, Pizzagate's the source of the whole. That's actually the whole story. There's ample evidence from WikiLeaks to convict people who are pedophiles in Washington right now. We just don't have the FBI behind it. They're just not even bothering. They didn't bother with Hillary, and Donald Trump wants to completely, escape from the idea of prosecuting Hillary and Barack Obama. So it's like a good old boys network forming under Trump right away. And then you got the George W. cronies in the White House and Goldman Sachs. And you got all the loyalists that stood by Donald Trump getting pushed out like Giuliani. Interesting. No, there's no evidence WikiLeaks is controlled by Putin. No. There's no evidence, but what the CIA needs to figure out is why we are seeing Russia invade our election. That's the higher concern. Central intelligence needs to work with national security, and we need to get to the bottom of this rather quickly. If you guys are listening, the NSA and CIA, this is mission critical. We're down to 9 more days before the electors make their decision. And those electors have the opportunity to actually rescind their vote for Donald and move it to Hillary or anyone. They could choose Jill Stein for all they care. But the critical number is 35 electors. If they decide to jump ship from Trump, will in fact put Trump on hold, and the ultimate belief that Obama will have a third term will come to pass. All right? That's what's going down. Hey, Alec. Good job impersonating Donald, by the way. I hear you, man. You're doing good work. I mean, I respect your abilities. I can't impersonate Trump. I just can't. I can impersonate other people, but I just can't do him, and you do him great. Yeah, you're awesome. And I like the fact that you've taken up yoga with your new girlfriend. That's awesome. I assume you have a girlfriend. I'm pretty sure you have a girlfriend. Okay, I'm a real idiot. DT Laura says, no computer is able to converse like this. Some trolls are idiots here. LOL. Good point, DT Laura. You've been in the trenches dealing with these trolls. You have been amazing. You look marvelous. Yeah, I can't have it both ways? What do you mean? You're watching on 5 sites, Smokin' Jay. How do you do that? Okay. Dave, the CIA interferes in many other countries' elections. I'm not saying they don't, but two wrongs don't make a right. So let's just get to the bottom of this. The CIA is up to what they need to do, and they're making it very clear that Russia is involving themselves in this election. Why don't you understand that? That's a serious allegation that I think we all can conclude is a serious problem. Absolutely. I know. Yeah. I don't know how this is. Yeah, I just don't know how this is possible. What if I saved in Unicode? There you go. I was an ANSI. Thank you. David, a lot of people think you are a very serious person. That's true. I'm doing what I have to do. As an American, this is a requirement. I don't see how any American can't do this. I was born to do this. Do I trust the CIA? No. It's like the Russians say, trust but verify. Do you trust anybody in this world? I mean, aside from your partner in life, your family? You know? The CIA, and I had a discussion the other night. I said the CIA is something the president can't in any way do anything with. All a president can do is select the director and lie detector at the director. So if we can get trust at the highest level with the CIA, that's something I think I can accomplish. I also want to open up the opportunity of a third-party presidential candidate virtually changing the course of American history. We need to actually shift away from being the globalist arm of the New World Order and get back to just what we do best, saving America. And I think, in a way, this is a desperate plea by the CIA in their effort to say, we may have screwed up here. Yeah. Allowing this to go on with the censorship here against me, against David, and giving Trump free rein to do whatever he wants with my ideas, and virtually allowing this to take place, the Russian involvement with Trump, under their watch, we are now virtually putting all of their agents at dangerous risk for their lives and their future because we're engaging with the enemy at close range. Very seriously messed up. And I think they're aware of it. Now, that being said, a new third-party presidential candidate would actually clean the slate on a lot of the bad things that the CIA has done. And we know they're up to some strange things in Afghanistan with making money on heroin. That is like public knowledge now. We need to change the direction. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made here in America in marijuana. So we don't need the heroin industry. And by the way, heroin is extremely dangerous and extremely addicting, whereas marijuana is not. So I think shifting directions, obviously there's a certain connection between international drug trade and the CIA. I'll never get to that. I won't be able to actually open that door. But as president, I'll be able to look into the Exchange Stabilization Fund at the Treasury, the only person in the country that can do that. And Trump doesn't even know what I'm talking about. And look into this serious, dark, hidden area in our government's budgeting and say, okay, well, obviously this is not right. We're allowing too much counterfeit cash in U.S. currency, or we're allowing too much money from black ops going to the CIA. We know from the WikiLeaks that the CIA and the NSA draw a huge amount of money, about $57 billion a year. And that's above the books. That's what we know about it. But as president, I won't be able to alter their actions. What I hope to do is develop a partnership so we can clean up this mess. Because it's clearly a mess that has evolved since Vietnam, and now Iraq going on the 15th year, and of course Afghanistan. And we cannot engage with Syrians President Assad. We can tell Putin, we're going to pull out. We're going to not support rebel troops in and around Damascus and Aleppo. We just simply won't. And that will change the dynamic considerably. And we can begin to take a rest and regroup as this world addresses the real problems, like water. We need more water. The real problems, like filtering the carbon from the atmosphere And most of all, we've got to stop the chemtrails. That's something that's got to stop. I know Gary Johnson didn't know about Aleppo. But we've got a little thing here where we talk about how we want to stop forced vaccinations. If you want a vaccination, great, go for it. But if you don't, no one should be forced. We want to stop the emphasis on GMO food, genetically modified food, which I'm against, and I know Putin's against too. We want to stop fluoride in the water. That's something that's a neurotoxin that affects the way people think. And most of all, we've got to stop chemtrails. That's got to be pulled off completely. All right, welcome. Well, I guess I am much smarter because I happen to have been doing this for 8 years, and I don't think anybody with a low IQ would think this was possible. I recognized about, I would say, 8 years ago that I needed to do something different to get noticed. And the world audience that we have today would not have been achieved if I hadn't developed my caricature of Barack Obama. Broke, insane Obamas. A person who at first was, this is just a bizarre impersonation of Barack Obama. But it evolved, and in 2014 I did another one of this, and I put it on my website. And the word got out so much that somebody grabbed the videos before they were pulled off and censored off YouTube, and made multiple copies of them together on a Blu-ray disc and made money on these things. So now it's like a dance video for people. It's pretty interesting. So in lieu of the fact that we've got Rodney in here, I see you've got your multiple guest browsers open, hitting the buttons on all the things you want to say about yourself. That's the funniest thing. He's the only guy I've ever met on the internet who creates an entire fleet of people in a chat room and starts encouraging people to believe in him by using his own screens to fire away. All I'm saying is if Trump wants to take my ideas, he better start co-opting what I'm doing, because I'm bigger than he thinks I am. And if he thinks he can just come into the room, prance in here, and say, whoa, 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 no. Open a dialogue. Let's get started, because I think I can contribute to the dialogue, especially considering he thinks he's got the reins of this incredibly complex problem. And if he relies on the old school mentality of the neocons, he will completely alienate the left. Completely. Look, it doesn't matter if it is. If it could be Trump, it could be somebody else. It doesn't matter. But we're working as if it is. Have you ever studied calculus? I did. I went through 2 years of college calculus by the time I was 15 years old. Well, in calculus, there's an imaginary number. And without the imaginary number, you would never achieve all the things that you do in life with the technology that you have. For instance, you wouldn't be able to create video games without the imaginary number. It helps build equations that solve complex problems. It virtually does. So by creating a solution-based analysis to this entire show, I actually was able to build this imaginary concept that maybe Donald Trump is watching me. And sure enough, he really is. So you may not think he is, but he is. We know he is. Yeah, there you go, psychobehavior. Okay, I wonder if Hillary won, if David would be saying the Russians hacked the election. If Hillary had won, I would be saying the same thing. Yes, absolutely. Yep, absolutely, Wingnut. Good point. I don't like Hillary. I think she's dirty. I think there's a lot of things that we don't know about Benghazi. I've been saying that for 8 years now. Wow, Sessions with Jeff Sessions. This guy, thank you, Ido Namada. He made a good GIF there that shows you Sessions with Jeff Sessions. He doesn't know what's going on. Jeff Sessions said that anybody who smokes marijuana is not a good person. I mean, is that the kind of attorney general you want in your country? People that smoke marijuana are not good people. And here in the country, 58% of the country endorses marijuana legalization. I mean, Trump couldn't be more off than if he tried. Gay Mike Pence Doppelganger is collecting money for LGBT causes. Wow, this is interesting. So we've got a gay Mike Pence Doppelganger. Let us take a look. Yeah, we look at the Doppelganger. That's a Doppelganger. Doppelganger. It's an umlaut. Über the I. There he is. Look at this. Oh my God, he looks just like him. Oh, that's hilarious. A gay man who happens to look eerily similar to anti-LGBT extremist and Vice President-elect Mike Pence is putting his looks to good use by wandering the streets of New York City in short shorts, and collecting money to benefit important organizations. Glenn Pannell told Huffington Post that he was in a dark place after the election and wanted to do something actionable. So he decided to use his striking resemblance to the future vice president and strong legs to raise money for organizations that will prove crucial to helping minorities under Trump with his hot Pence costume. I want to raise dollars and I want to raise awareness, Pannell told the Huffington Post. That is hilarious. There's multiple pictures of him. There he is. Oh man, that's only in America, right? That is hilarious. See, Mike Pence comes off as Mr. Perfect. You know, the hypocrite, stuffed hypocrite, church-going man that never would do anything wrong, and then you find out there's something squeaky behind the veneer. Thank you, Angeltown. Very, very sweet of you to come in. Jethro, I've already looked at the trajectory of our election process, and 2020 is definitely my year. I knew that by 2008, I said, my chances of winning this election are pretty low if I can't get any mainstream media attention. And by 2016. And sure enough, by 2016, I did. I got a mention in the Rolling Stone magazine. A bizarre fringe candidate. That was the libelous statement they made about me. Yeah. You're pronouncing it incorrectly. Don't listen to Doppelganger. Okay, let's get to Doppelganger. I will do that now. Let's try the Google Translate. Is anyone perfect? No. Nobody is. Yeah. Boy, the artificial intelligence is not that intelligent anymore.
Doppelganger.
Doppelganger. Thank you.
Doppelganger.
When we used to have Speaker of the House Boehner, this thing used to say boner.
Doppelganger.
Are you sure it's doppelganger, or do we have confirmation here?
Doppelganger.
Doppelganger? It's kind of like a double gangbang.
Doppelganger. Doppelganger.
Is this right? Are you okay with that?
Doppelganger.
Now I put Boehner in there. No longer Speaker of the House. Let's see what it says.
Boehner.
Boehner. There you go. Okay. All right, we're in the political workshop. We can do something, I guess. We had a wonderful reveal of, some new stuff. Scissorfight put together a song, Can't Stop video, a new one. That's pretty sad about that LA musician that's building houses. Yeah. This is a new one from Scissorfight called Can't Stop. Thanks so much, Scissorfight. He is the originator of the song, too. In the one and the two.
Peter has come to the studio to show us the very latest piece of electronic equipment, a computer that makes music. Hello, Peter.
Hello. Now I've got a microphone here, and since my voice is about the only thing we've got around that makes noise, let's try.
We can't stop.
And that's do. And we're ready to play it. Now if we type in P, M, full stop, P, C, and then give...
We can't stop.
You can also play it on...
We can't stop. We can't stop. We can't stop.
Now what you can also do, see, is the fact that you can get that sound to be played by the computer, playing a tune that I've already got inside the computer waiting. Now all I need to do is call up the next page, and we're ready to play.
We can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop, we can't stop and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. We can't stop, we can't stop, we can't.
So let's be clear. In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
For president.
We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
In this coming election year, please vote for David Sponheim, America's third party.
Can't stop, can't stop, and we won't stop. We're gonna dance all night, bring it on to the sunlight. Can't stop, can't stop, can't stop.
No GMO food. I'm against GMO food in our diets. I know Putin is against that. No fluoride in our water system. It's a neurotoxin. It doesn't belong there. And most of all, let's stop chemtrails. Right on. Definitely. Okay, that was Scissor Fight, his new video rendition. Let me give you guys a link to that so you can check it and see if it's really being censored, because I think it is. I think Scissor Fight's facing the same problem we are. He was the first guy I've ever met to be completely censored. He had an entire subscription list. Everything was just pulled off when he did this video about Trump. And somebody just shut his entire account down, and he's had to rebuild. This video right here is it's like great work, I thought, showing Trump's snorting problem. And frankly, I think it's a little unnerving that a presidential candidate, or our elect, as many people believe he may have won this race, which is laughable, actually has a serious respiratory issue, and it needs to get checked out by a doctor. I mean, having this many snorts in one single episode is a little scary. Ladies and gentlemen, the snorting president. Yeah. What he's snorting about, I don't know. But we definitely saw something going on in his air passage. It was weird. One debate had 103 snorts.
Wait.
Okay, so thanks so much for coming in and sharing. I was trying to figure out where this video was. I found it. One of our supporters was really kind of amazing. She came in, and I know you liked that sound. It was kind of nice. And she said she really liked the work that we're doing here. I thought that was very, very amazing to get honored in such a way. And she's a woman from Latvia. Isn't that amazing? You just pedaled your bike for 16 freaking miles. Wow. Good for you, man. Yeah, here she is from Latvia saying how nice. There she is.
Hey David, Latvians love you. David Sponheim for President 2020.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah, she just totally really liked us. So apparently we're being seen in Latvia and Kazakhstan. We've got quite a few viewers in Kazakhstan. And one of the reasons why we have to bring guest chat on is because they don't really have a way of getting into these chat rooms unless they're just a guest hitting the refresh button, because apparently they're not even allowing usernames from other countries. So we'll let people in now. Bosco says she seemed like a nice young lady. Yeah, totally. I was very impressed. Yeah. So let's get to our background choice selection. Freedom, yes, welcome. Open up the background. Freedom is, well deserved, but today is our anti-war rally, and I can't think of a way to stop war than to promote peace, and I can't think of a better way to do that than promote water. So, yeah. This is the secret to peace on Earth, in my opinion. Plenty of fresh water. And it doesn't have to be coming out of a stream or a mountain. It can be coming out of desalination. So one of the keys, I think, to solving world peace is to create more fresh water. And this is where I'm different than, obviously, many people around the world who simply want to depopulate. Some of you may want to get up and go to the bathroom right now. I understand. When you see, water flowing, you get a little that urgency. Greetings from the Congo. Hello, welcome. Good evening. Welcome, fellow human being. Putin on teleportation. Oh, he's working on teleportation now. That's pretty funny. Vladimir Putin. On teleportation. We should have kept the West believing we are on it. Okay. Russian President Vladimir Putin said Russia should not have disappointed the West by correcting a media report which suggested Moscow may soon have its hands on teleportation. That's why he's popular. Okie dokie. Oh, we got it again. Hang on. Thank you. Yep. You see, what's happening, folks, is they think they can target us by using some location that we were at when we had our records stored in 2008 during the election. It's kind of funny. So to protect those poor people that have to see that, we have to... So welcome, worldwide audience, to a discussion that I'd like to have about getting more fresh water. Now, we had, for many years, and we still have, an idea called the ocean pipeline. And in it Sarah's going to lie down in it right here. In it, we desalinate water. Now, we were doing this in 2008, talking about it. We tested out our saltwater pipeline, our seawater pipeline, our ocean pipeline, and it worked. It created about 3 gallons of fresh water per day for an area about 7 feet by 11 feet. They're calling for a ministry of truth. Are you serious? This is like Nazi Germany, man. Everybody's freaking out about this anti-Pizzagate stuff. Yeah, it's amazing. It is a classic takedown of the New World Order against human, like the freedoms that were guaranteed to us in our Constitution. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Thanks for that link. But yeah, this ocean pipeline concept is fantastic, and it really does work. You get 3 gallons out of a space this way. And what happens is, I'll tell you how it works. This is why Donald stole the idea and created what he thought in his mind was an ocean dome, and he's never built anything. We actually built one. So the ideas that we have are pretty stellar. The ocean pipeline is our website, oceanpipeline.com, and we're right now it just redirects to our site. But we were working on this as a venture capital project for about 10 years. Well, now with the advent of brand new technologies, they're able to create hemp filters out of nanosheets of carbon fiber made from hemp. So for years, actually just recently, graphene was developed. So I'm actually holding off on the Ocean Pipeline project for now, and I'm bringing on a new concept of rapid filtration. You did not miss the alien. No. That's Conspiracy Monday, Mr. Dork. But apparently nanosheets could topple the graphene industry made out of hemp. Could hemp nanosheets topple graphene for making the ideal supercapacitor? That's just one of the many uses of these particular types of nanosheets. There's another application besides being a superconductor. There is a filtration system. So whether we integrate this into the Ocean Pipeline project or not, we're going to be able to move water rather rapidly and create filtered water from the massive amount of seawater in the ocean. And that technology is very much on the edge of being developed. Now, as you know, the elitists don't want us to have fresh water. They don't want us to have plenty of water. They want the world to starve. That's why they're systematically creating a drought in California. They've done this in Africa. They spray over large areas and they're able to dehydrate entire countries using this chemical method of cloud seeding. Cloud seeding can go in either direction. They can seed clouds or they can get rid of them. In the case of the clouds, the moisture and the lift needed to create moisture in California, they're able to go into the air with chemicals, chem sprays, and then use the framework of radar and cell towers to manipulate, using harmonic resonance of electromagnetic frequencies, the weather. And one guy, One Pacific Redwood, is actively tracking this on a daily basis.
Okay, today is October 31st, 2016, and we're watching the Northeast Pacific Water Vapor Loop. And this is going to be just a short video. Basically what we're watching here is a developing hurricane force system right here. And what's happening is that a transmitter is generating a blockade right here. We're watching that happen right here. This dark area is a blockade, and that is going to affect the jet stream flow, which is right here. So the weather pattern is going to change according to the people on television that are paid to report the weather. And we're supposed to have warmer weather by Wednesday, much warmer weather. And we see that there is a low right here moving through Northern California. There is some manipulation right here. We can see that right angle transmitter generated right angle, which is splitting up all this flow, this moisture field. If they go to the...
Now he's actually showed a method in which they actually create a vector that like this. And when he was talking about the right angle, he was talking about the vector that they're creating. Yeah, it might as well be a bowel movement. What they're doing is they're creating an area in the middle there that's completely free and clear of any moisture. And they're using phased array radar to do this. Now, who in the world would ever imagine these elitists playing God? But that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to play God, and they're doing it by spraying you like insects with chemicals. Now, they don't want fresh water. They want a drought in California. They want to initiate the global climate change, and they want to create an opposite event in the White House. They want to create a presidential candidate or elect in the form of Trump who doesn't in any way agree with them, who's going to go against everything he possibly can do to create all kinds of conflict. And this is a method that's been used throughout history. It's called the Hegelian dialectic. And it's a method used throughout history by world leaders to create problems and then try to clear them up. Why do you think the 70s the UN made all countries sign a treaty not to control another country's weather? Exactly, Robert. Thank you. So, yeah. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of different stressors here. What this is tonight is a battle to take on what appears to be an attack on our show on a nightly basis. And if you're watching our Vaughn chat room, you know what I'm talking about. They don't want the guests to chat. They don't want the guests to get anything. They don't even want a person to have a free speech in this world. They want to shut down the internet if they could, but they can't. And they've been battling us for 8 years in the chat rooms, and I'm sure these are professional trolls. They're not just average trolls. And I'm sure they're working for some clandestine organization. They just don't want people to communicate. So welcome, massive worldwide audience. They don't expect you to be able to take our signal and bump it up to UHF and show people. But we just got slammed twice in our chat room, folks, if you're watching. It took 4 hours to get into the chat, 519 just said. You know, I've been directing you folks to another chat room, and I'm not sure why the guests aren't coming in. But we've got the iVlog chat room, iVlog.tv/user/AmericasThirdParty. And that's out there right now. I can show you the thing on the screen right here. That's what it reads at the top. And you can get in there at any time and try to chat over there if you're having problems getting in here. Because we are watching that. She seems, we've got a lot of opportunities to get into that chat room. But we realize that there is kind of a coherent attack on our show on a nightly basis on both the network we're broadcasting on. He claims that he's not, but I know he is. And the networks around the world that are having all kinds of problems on a daily basis. It could be the reduced video quality. You could maybe see me in a lower grade, lower resolution. All these things. Well, believe me, it's not as simple as that. They're locking out servers from the Asian continent. The biggest trunk server they're shutting down is from Asia. Yeah, I believe it did take you 4 hours to get in here. So what you're seeing right now, folks, is a dramatic attack on our ability to broadcast. And you're seeing it in real time right now. He even has slow off, or slow on. Let me turn slow off. We've been attacked twice on this one. Thank you. Oh, you made an entire unit. Oh, great. Thank you. She made a little cold. She made a snack master for me. Isn't that sweet?
Rice and cheese.
That's great. So guests should be able to come in now, but we've been locked up here. See this?
Oh, yes.
And it's somebody big who wants to shut our show down. But our viewership is still worldwide. We realize that. Today was marked an important event. Let me get Sarah to come on in here.
Carpet Dog's here.
Yeah. Today marked an important event in South Korea. They're reeling from the revelation that their president may very well have been involved in a satanic cult. Okay, let's bring guest on then. Thanks. We were having problems earlier, and what I've had to do is hit this button immediately when you start to see an attack. They're trying to promote the address we kept our records back in 2008.
Oh, right.
Pizzagate California lawsuit deems Trump ineligible. Really? Interesting. They love your beautiful hair. It's true. Why you cover your beautiful hair?
The apathetic CIA troll Dave Snarky asked in checking in. Trigger warning. Trigger warning. If civil war really is going to bother you, really seriously, don't watch the video. Otherwise, welcome back and standard disclaimers apply.
Okay, that's Dave Atkin checking. He does a regular show during the week. And then I just go right back. And then I have the other item in readiness with the clear button if necessary. And another way to deal with them is to head on, like take them on like this. I've done this before. Just as they come in. That sometimes gets rid of them. These are government paid trolls. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Capital jobs robbed automation. Capital jobs robbed by automation. Okay. Robot takeover begins. Corporate giant. I'll take a look at that over here. Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm going to have some food here. So we're trying to...
Okay, I got this. Just a sec.
Yeah, we're trying to scroll down here and see what Carpet Dog's been saying. No, it could be very likely government operations. We know that the statements that I'm making are reaching people all around the world, and it's changing the dimension of our ability to do a show when we are constantly attacked. And we've been doing this before. Have you guys seen Yoko Ono's singing ability? You got to check this out. Have you seen this?
That is so freaky.
You can see why John loved her so much. She was such an incredible talent. What a talent, Gosh, she was awesome. Kim Jong-un replaced him, yeah. Sing for the sun. I've got to get our title in here, and then I'm pretty much ready to eat my Snack Master. These were a real hit this past week. I made a cooking show called Beef versus Pork, and we made these Snack Masters. They're from the 70s, and they're so great. And this is all organic, non-GMO bread. I'm going to eat this. Thank you so much. So just hit that when you're ready to go.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. Yum, yum.
Oh, some people outsource their trolls. Yeah, I'm sure. Hello, chicken. Hi, Carpet Dog. Hello, Bosco Money and whoever else. In the words of Richard, delish. Yeah. Hey, how are you, Javier? What am I saving you from? Thanks, Bosco. Years ago, a senator died in a subway in New York from a broken water line. When they did the autopsy, they found salt water in his lungs. Oh, that's interesting, Robert. Hi, Carpet Dog again. Thank you for saying hi to me. So the Hillary PAC spent $1 million to correct commenters on Reddit. Wow. You can make a ham sandwich with a Snack Master. True. It's possible, Robert. What do you think that's going to get you? 385. You think that's going to win you friends and influence people or something like that? I don't think so. We just ignore him. 731. Ignore all the references to Caesar and Eric Caesar and all that. I don't see it. I mean, I guess she could do that. 953 because I think she's a little bit younger than I am. So. Well, when you say what happened, yeah, I think you answered what happened, Robert. When you said all the witnesses of the Clintons died in a strange way, what happened to them? They died in a strange way. It's a long story, Mr. Dork. You pedaled your bike for 16 miles earlier this evening? I take it it's a stationary bike, right? Yes, that is very interesting, Robert, the heart attack gun video. No, I just have an earmuff. Save you from bad guys. I just be nice and there won't be bad guys. Ha ha ha, Angel Town. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that's cute. Cute little picture. Scissor fight. Nice job riding it for 16 miles, chicken. Is that before or after you ate that fried chicken? I'm not going to keep open the Alex Jones channel. Sorry, Robert. But, I mean, I know what you're talking about, though. Angel Town is not a woman. You figured it out, 526. Could it be the reference to the earmuffs? Possibly. I think one of the things that I should do is go into this and pause it. Oh, it's a GIF, so it isn't pausable. Alright, never mind. No, you can do that to yourself, but well, that's good. You ate chili. As long as it didn't have too much cheese on it, then you probably did burn some calories. If it was covered in cheese, you might not have burned that many calories. At least you burned off the chili. I know, he really doesn't like me, 526. Okay, good. Good job, Robert. Yes, the link for the viewers that want to watch it. Good. Alright, Russia Today. Robot takeover begins. Corporate giant Capita replaces their staff with automatons. Not yet, you're just being warned, Spit. Ha ha ha, Snackermaster. Okay. Let's look at this this picture over here. I just want to kind of get rid of all of this. So this is an outsourcing giant named Capita. They're going to fire 2,000 people and replace them with robots. It's an FTSE 100 listed firm which collects the BBC license fee and provides services for the NHS. It says it needed to fire 2,000 jobs to save money due to poor trading with corporate clients. And it said it would use the money it saved to fund investment into robotic workers across the whole company. More than 850,000 public sector jobs, including teachers, social workers, and even police officers, could also be replaced by computer programs. I think you'll never truly replace great teachers, but possible. As long as the great teachers are the ones that their videos that they're watching. Thanks, I'm glad you love me. Alright. Wow, I bet that was pretty cool, scissor fight. I like that idea. A brobot that says, hey bro, you're a cool guy, bro. Don't worry about anything, bro. Just hang out with me, bro. It's all good, bro. I don't think we're necessarily in trouble the day fully human robots arrive, but of course David probably does. The Science Technology Committee said the government's role in preparing for the impact of AI is lacking and cautioned that science fiction is slowly becoming science fact, and robotics and AI look to play an increasing role in our lives over the coming decades. Capita saw its shares drop to a 10-year low at one point, following its December statements. The company will use robots to help eliminate human error and make decisions faster. Said that Chief Executive Officer Andy Parker, whose salary rose 9% to £600,000 this year. Wow. Yeah, and it's everything that gets made could be, I say some things can be used as tools or toys. They could be used for good or bad. It's really about how you use them. They say this doesn't remove the need for an individual, but it speeds up how the individuals work, which means you need less people to do it. The human-assisted robotic technology could do a 40-minute job in much less time. They can do 10 times the amount they used to. Wow. You think you need more robots in school to make people respect the police? What country are you in, Spit? Yeah, I can see those being big sellers filibustered. In Sweden, there's a lot of shootings in Sweden. Like, here in America, people in America make Sweden sound like this super peaceful place with no shootings. Everything's like idyllic and just like everybody wants to go to Sweden because it's so awesome over there. And you're saying that you guys have a lot of shootings? It's all thugged out, chat room celebrity? Right? Wow, really? Overrun Muslims? Not anymore. Muslims are taking over? So how long has this been going on, do you think, with is it all the refugees coming from Syria, or what do you think is a major issue there? Wow. I think it is important to educate people and teach them respect for the police officers. The past few years, it's changed its dynamic. Wow. Has that been the case with all of Europe then? Mostly refugees from Syria and Afghanistan? Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you stay safe. Yeah, the U.S. going into wars in Afghanistan and Syria created this refugee crisis, and then all the refugees went to Europe and Sweden. But wow. Alright. High CPU usage detected. I may experience performance issues. Really? You now have a gun under your pillow? Wow. Just because you don't feel safe. I'm so sorry that you don't feel safe anymore. That's sad. I don't want to see this. Yeah. Yeah, David's having a little bit of dinner. He made me a little bit of something for dinner, and then I made him a little bit of something for dinner. So, we take care of each other. Could hemp nanosheets topple graphene for making the ideal supercapacitor? From ACS. Chemistry for Life. That sounds very cool. I don't know if 526 is it a figment. Is he a figment of your imagination? No one's ever come in the chat room and said, "Hello, I am Eric Caesar." Millions. Hello, massive million worldwide audience. Why don't you all come and say hi to me at vonlive.tv/thirdparty? Is there a reason you don't all come say hi to me and the chat's not going at it 1,000 hi? You know, I just wonder. Just a little curious about that. I think the polls are already over 385. Oh my goodness, I don't even want to click on that link, chat room celebrity. I'm sure it's pretty crazy. Hello, Filibuster. Thank you for saying hi. Alright, Mr. Dork, that works. I don't know. I understand what you're saying, Korea TV. I don't think David actually wants to go to South Korea because you guys have issues right now. David will be running in 2020 953. He'll never stop running. Yes, I know David could help, create peace in South Korea. You guys impeached your own president because of David? That's pretty awesome. Whoa, the police have shot 400 dead, and while you're holding signs of David in the street? Yeah, I don't think anyone... So who are you going to vote for or put into power in South Korea now, Korea TV? Are you going to try to elect David and have him come over and rule your country or something? Yeah. What do you think David would do if he were there to help save you? Maybe you should, lead the people. Korea TV 1. You're in South Korea 5 times. Yeah, I know, Korea TV 1. You're right. Well, why don't you have David make a big speech here, and then you can just broadcast it on your big TVs over in South Korea. You don't have to actually have David present to to broadcast David's video. You could arrange for that. You could just arrange for David to do a big virtual speech to inspire the people. Okay, tell David to make speech and put it on YouTube to inspire the South Korean people. Comfort them in this time of great crisis. Okay, I will tell David to write a good speech and inspire the South Korean people and encourage them that they did a great job impeaching the president that was corrupt. Thanks, John. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people riding over there. Well, that's pretty interesting, Time Pilot. Yeah, so here, I'll give you some information, 211. Wow, you think that Trump is paying the Korean police to shoot protesters who support David? Do you think that Trump's recent support of Duterte in the Philippines, like he got confused and wanted to support someone in Korea and then got confused with and said he supported someone in Philippines? Yes, so 211 in South Korea, they just impeached their president. In Turkey, a bomb was exploded, killed 29 people, wounded 166 in a stadium, which is why David doesn't want to go speak into a stadium. But he would do a speech, an inspiring speech that you could play on the big screen TVs in Korea. Well, maybe not in the US 816, but maybe in Korea. Wow, that is interesting, Time Pilot. Yes, David has fans in Korea. So the Park Hyung-hee was impeached, and South Korea rallies demand full removal of this impeached president. Oh, I have to read this one from Slate Magazine. It's a blog. Churches are warned of a deceptive cult linked to South Korea. The Prime Minister Wang Kyo-an urges for peace. There's massive protests. South Koreans wield a familiar weapon. $400 dead. Wow, that is so sad. I am so sorry. Korea TV 2. We call it the Yangtze Beach Club. In 1987, a small band of reporters and photographers would assemble to chronicle the daily demonstrations by students at Yonsei University in Seoul. Mass protest was a powerful weapon, and continues to be. Wow, look at this. I do have to show this. This is an awesome picture. You think only David can stop the rioting? Check out this. This was a month ago when all these protesters took to the streets. In South Korea, in Seoul, and they're wanting to force President Park Geun-hye to resign, and it happened. This was Korea, Seoul, a month ago when they were trying to force the president to resign, and of course now the president has resigned, and now Korea TV says, good. David, you're the only thing that can stop the protests now.
Okay.
And that there's 400 that have been killed because they're holding signs in support of you.
I know.
And I told him that maybe, that you would not go to you wouldn't go to
I must make a speech. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
They want you to make a speech because I said that you would not... Sorry, let me go. You're not going to go to a stadium because of what happened just now in Istanbul, Turkey, where bombs were exploded in Istanbul and killed 29 people and wounded 166. David is, we have to protect David and make sure that he continues to live, but he can definitely inspire people via a speech, a televised speech. So I'm going to leave the room.
Okay.
And David's now going to actually communicate and give you a speech. Get ready to record, Korea TV. Are you ready?
They're recording every day. I mean,
I know you're recording every day, but make this a special, extra special recording.
Thank you, Sarah, so much. Thank you so much. Wow. It's heating up around the world. I know. And I must tell you, folks, I cannot visit Korea. At this point, it would have to be a presidential visit. I have problems here at home. The same problems that you've discovered in your own backyard, in your presidency. I am overwhelmed with honor and appreciation that you are taking my message seriously. The world is watching as these child pedophiles and Satanists are engaged in some of the most horrible, heinous acts on earth. But we cannot solve that problem by going out and rioting. It is much more complex than that. And as much as you want to protest and mention, ATP, and I appreciate that, it still has a limited effect here at home because the elitists that control American broadcasting and television, radio, and print, these are the same people in bed with this evil, cultic, weird world of pedophiles. And they are buyable. Money is buying up the truth. And the truth stands apart from that. And you know that the truth stands apart from it. So I'm asking all of you to remain calm and try to appreciate the simple things in life. That you have a place to live, and that the best solution for South Korea, is to not revolt and to destroy the society you're living in. But the message is real. We've got to stop this corruption at the highest level. So we must work together. Dave, police keep shooting, saying Trump is paying them to shoot ATP signed people. Yeah, this is the same type of behavior that Hitler engaged in the 1930s. This is what we've been talking about on our show. Believe me, it's a very sad international incident. I know. And I don't want to be at the center of this, but here I am. So I'm trying to help all of you understand that by rioting and protesting and holding my sign up, you're not going to further this any farther other than to create more deaths. So as much as you understand the importance of what we're doing on this part of the world, try to understand that I appreciate immensely that you're standing up for ATP, and in our country we are still censored. But also try to understand that the best thing we can expect right now is that calmer minds prevail. We have people in our room thinking this is humorous. This is 400 people have died. They've been killed holding an ATP sign up. Millions have ATP signs and T-shirts, folks. Well, one thing I will say, Scissor Fight, you don't think this is happening? We have to do this slowly and carefully. You need to impeach your president. I know that some of you guest chatters, or some of you Vaughn chatters, think this is not real, but we really are being telecast on UHF to millions of people around the world. Well, believe me, Korea TV, I don't disbelieve what he's saying. I actually think whatever we can say right now, it's a message of peace. Today is an anti-war rally. UHF is a huge venue for free television around the world, folks. And the elitists were right at the verge of being able to stop it. In fact, they actually kidnapped one of our supporters called the Explorist for about 5 weeks during the last days of the election because of what is happening here. We don't know who kidnapped the Explorist, but we know this happened. He was pulled off the streets because he was making all kinds of UHF connections with his brother or his cousin. Yeah, well, digital killed the analog signal, but they didn't phase out UHF. No, not in the world. The entire world broadcasting networks are using it completely. Just because Obama said, well, make no mistake about it, we're going to take away the analog signal. They didn't work in other countries because other countries have all kinds of needs for communication. Yes, UHF is big in Korea, more popular than digital. But I want all of you South Koreans to understand that as much as I can't influence your political structure, I can tell you to remain calm and do not put yourself at great risk, and try to go back to your homes for now and settle down as we deal with this crisis, because the more you do this, the more you get hurt. We are battling extreme corruption. We are battling a Nazi-like takeover around the world by the elitists. The very same people that funded Adolf Hitler in the 1930s are funding the rise of people like Trump and Obama. That's a fact. And Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan rather, JP Morgan is one of the venues that the Rothschild family has used to control the world theater, along with many other people that were funded by him, like the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers. And now the Rothschilds and Rockefellers have kind of merged. And their next plan is to get rid of the water in some of them are abundant water places in the world. So I'm sitting behind me an abundant source of fresh water. It's the key to peace on Earth. World peace is achievable through more water. But our world leaders have been focused more on depopulation than producing solutions for mankind. We, as a human species, have been invaded by the most corrupt, evil source of problems throughout the world, which is greed. And you know it, I know it, and it has, look at what it's done to the president of South Korea. She turned herself into some satanic cultist manipulated by money. And this happens in the United States as well. Police have shot a school bus full of kids. Well, I am absolutely floored that this is happening. I know. I'm extremely upset. Very. David, you must insist on being Trump's ambassador to South Korea. Well, Trump, if you want to get me on the phone, but the South Koreans don't trust you, Donald Trump. They believe you're behind the killings of these people. That's what's really strange. They can believe whatever they want. People in South Korea can believe whatever they want. But thanks, Jethro. God, I always hated Jethro Tull. I never green-lighted airstrikes on Iraq. What are you talking about? I actually did say one thing on our show, which I'm rather ashamed to admit. I said that we had to go after Liberia when the Ebola strike occurred. And I was presumptive. I need to know always that we have a serious outbreak before we were to say something brash. Thank you for loving me. I am so sorry that this is happening. I have some white material on the left side of my forehead. No, I think I'm okay. Thanks. You're a champion for the downtrodden people of the world. Thank you for coming in here, Korea TV, and telling me about all these horrible things that are happening. It's spinning out of control. I'm almost in a state of shock that life has become so difficult for so many people around the world and so much inequality. And I'm not surprised that this is happening because we are dealing with a global economic collapse. You're a small producer who loves David. Many Koreans love David on UHF. Thank you so much. And your honesty is appreciated here. I think a lot of our supporters are not even aware of how big and how fast this has become a major event around the world. And we're still waiting on someone to interview me here in America, ironically. But this is how conspiracies of silence occur. Now, the movie that I've made online is a movie dedicated to protecting children. And I made a movie about the missing kids around our country in America. But when you hear about satanic ritualism being performed in the highest ranks of American or the world government, Korean government, our government, Clinton's, there's a connection to the Clintons here. You begin to realize that there's something very, very sinister happening. And I believe that the internet is exactly the elixir that has pried it open and made it easy to see for many people. Now, in 2013, I did this video 3 years ago of Nancy Schaefer and the missing kids in America. And you are welcome to watch it. It is a edited version of Conspiracy of Silence where they try to control the message and keep the discussion of pedophilia and Satanism and all this weird stuff under wraps. No different than this new claim of fake news. Now, this exposes the work of Nancy Schaefer, who really is a valiant leader in that movement, was a valiant leader in that movement, but she got killed. And we don't think it was her husband that killed her. We get very little information in our media about South Korea. I believe what Korea TV says too. But it's not from the Young Turks. They're bought off. No, they're a joke. They're completely owned. I don't even think our audience at Vaughn knows that we have bypassed all censorship. That America's Third Party, in my infinite wisdom and intelligence, actually saw an avenue by which we could exploit the censorship that's going on in the United States could be bypassed, and we could exploit a world media opportunity, and that was UHF TV. And it wasn't my doing. It was theirs. I gradually, through the blackface video that I did, I was absolutely amazing ability to get people to look at our show and look at me as somebody other than just some white guy trying to save the country of America. I don't really care about Trump. He's a diversion of a rich guy, greedy rich guy wanting to become president using my ideas. You've been to South Korea 5 times, Robert says, and every time it's been good. The people are good and helpful. Thank you so much, Robert. That's appreciated. Very popular in Korea. Yes, and the fact that people are out there putting ATP signs and the fact that they love me is fantastic. I think there's a kind of a secret as to why they love me so much. Because, well, thank you for sharing your love of Korean barbecue. The fact that they love me so much, because I'm very expressive. And Koreans are always known to be very expressive. I know. And they're dying holding up these ATP signs. I know, and I'm going to get choked up and cry in a few minutes if you keep this up. Let me just make sure I don't tear up here. Okay, thank you. Whew. There are real tears of sorrow going on here. And you can sense in my voice that I'm deeply, deeply affected by what's happening. That's not true, Republic. Yeah, you're out of here. Get a good attorney to talk to you. Just stop doing. They always say the most horrible attorney you could ever get is yourself. You think you're practicing law from your armchair latrine lawyer position. Have another beer and go to bed. All right. Speaking of law, I would like to see some tort reform. I don't even think you know what tort reform is. In America, it would mean justice. But tort reform would automatically limit the cap on how much you could get in a malpractice case, a medical malpractice case. And would automatically force lawyers to get only a certain percentage, like 20%, not 50%. Oh, okay, thank you. That's pretty good stuff. He's done a lot of work. Yeah. Wow. That's not bad, yeah. Thank you so much, Korea TV, and good luck in your efforts to promote peace around the world. Yes, and I'm just overwhelmed by the losses of your entire country right now. Dealing with a president who's involved in cultic activities is enough to turn over an entire political structure. Take care of yourself. Prayers are with you, Korea TV. Be well. They're watching UHF. They can't get in here. Right. We think we had that discussion earlier with your other account. Just leave. Go away. Thank you. Did you know that when you write something and publish it, it's automatically copyrighted? Do you know that when you speak publicly and it's recorded on television, that's automatically trademark copyrighted? You can defend that as a copyright. You know that, right? I don't think many of you even know that. Sydney has over so many million viewers at night. Dave tells the truth. Thanks, guest 2268. We're seeing a backlash to our own group. A lot of people don't even believe this. Yeah. Tort reform is a way to simplify the legal process so that it isn't so tied down, so that people can get a speedy trial, so that there isn't a massive amount of any publications copyrighted. That's correct. Thank you. And that brain-dead idiot I banned a couple times actually he doesn't even understand that. Basic law. Anyway, Nancy Schaefer, the cover-up, the story, you can hear all about her life. Her husband and she were found dead right before they were going to release an entire documentary revealing the secret pedophile ring embedded in our child protective service. It's very interesting. Steel cut oatmeal is good stuff. Yeah, I'm a big oatmeal guy. I like oatmeal. It's not a joke. He really is dealing with a lot of people fighting for freedom in that country. I don't think you even understand it. Many of you Americans have been living a life of luxury without any hardship at all. And other countries, it is imperative that people can vote. There are so many people around the world that believe in this process of democracy that they admire it. Now, America's biggest problem was, thank you, Brussels is coming in with 750,000. Thank you for telling me. Welcome, Brussels. Brussels does not like Donald Trump. He made very derogatory statements about Brussels. Very derogatory. Our nation right now is undergoing a conversion, or what appears to be a conversion. They're trying to censor the news. They're trying to put new legislation in America, secretly trying to shut down words on the internet. Big Brother is upon us, and it's trying to impose its totalitarian rule. And one thing Big Brother didn't count on was the internet. And one thing the censors didn't count on was UHF television, still being super strong around the world because it offers free a venue of broadcasting. So many people love watching things on TV, and they love watching things for free. Our entire effort has been based on we don't seek profit from anything we do. And because of that, it really adds credibility to what we're doing on an international scale. And it's not like I'm trying to do this. I'm just trying to get my own message for America forward. And if the world audience is saying, David, we want to hear more, I'm going to give it to him for free. I don't mind, because I'm not greedy. I'm not like Donald Trump. You can't watch UHF in this country, man. Barack Obama went digital, and you know what's really interesting? He opened up all this potential bandwidth that cell phones signals should be cheap, but they're not. With the digital analog signal conversion in America, we should have much more ability to communicate through cell phones with very little cost. But he didn't do anything like that. It was all about spreading more radio frequency. You see, UHF and analog and VHF are actually very low energy wavelengths, whereas the digital spectrum is high energy, got dirty energy. So in America, yeah, we've got Alec Baldwin. You like Alec Baldwin, Potato Girl? Yeah. Thanks, Alec. You know, I got your Saturday Night Live impersonation was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Let me move Nancy Schaefer over here. She died, by the way, in 2010. Yeah, let's get to the SNL impersonation of Donald Trump by Alec Baldwin. It's just absolutely the best. It's just the best. Just a little taste of it. It's just, he's so good at this. Thank you. Yeah, you're awesome. I love my movies too. Alex says he loves his movies. I like your personality too. Here's just a clip of it. You did a great job. One of the best impersonation guys for Trump I've ever seen.
The following is an encore presentation of Tuesday night's vice presidential debate.
I'm sorry, but the censors from Donald Trump's group have said I can't play this, so we won't be able to play it. I'm sorry, Alex. Yeah. I have 1 million viewers in Bangkok? Wow. Yeah, we're not allowed to play it. Donald Trump said so. Yeah, so we're in a free and democratic country where you're not allowed to play anything, including satire.
Good evening from Longwood University, and welcome to the first and only vice presidential debate. I'm the new Hispanic cast member, and tonight I'll be playing Asian moderator Elaine Keanu. Because baby steps. Now please, help me welcome America's dad, Senator Tim Kaine.
Television, but basically, you said you wanted to
grab them by the pussy.
So, you know, I think he did a great job. And Trump says he can't watch it. It's unwatchable. So, you know, as Alec has gone out of his way to do some good humor here, and you are really, really good at this, people are now wondering what's going on with you, you know? You seem kind of in a funky place, Alec. He's a founding member of the Film Actors Guild. Thanks. He says it's unwatchable, Trump says. Well, the reality is Trump is unable to criticize himself. And he's never said a joke once in his entire life. If he says a joke, it's usually a sick joke about how rich he is. I'm impressed with the impression, yeah. His work is bar none, and he managed to pronounce the word pussy perfectly. Good job. I think it's the structure of your face that gives you the ability to make that sound. Because I can't do it. I can't get my mouth to look like a sphincter. It's hard. I have a big mouth, whereas Trump has more of a diminutive mouth. Pouty ass lips are tricky. I just read that. You're doing well, though, I got to tell you. I guess I do impress very easily, considering this is the funniest skit I've seen on Saturday Night Live since Dan Aykroyd did the blender drink with the Basomatic. It slices, it dices, it makes mounds and mounds of coleslaw. That was really funny, too. So, yeah, Alex, you might as well be a regular on Saturday Night Live. You could actually bring their ratings to the top again. Get a job there. I mean, come on. You're great. They love you. And aren't you available now as an actor? I think between your yoga sessions, you and your girlfriend? It's a wonderful compliment. You're a great guy. I like you and your entire family. It's not Alex. No, Alex is in the other room. Alex, could you talk to us? Maybe you could shed some light on the Bilderberg Group.
You're talking about the Bilderberg Group and the Venetian royalty and how they're taking over the world. Now, Alex Jones should be on Saturday Night Live. He should be doing a show. Otherwise, you're going to be on the red list or the blue list, and you don't know what list you're going to be on.
Yeah, that would be great. So let's talk about the government and the fragmentation going on within our own government here in America. The Senate has quietly passed the Countering Disinformation and Propaganda Act. I got to read this. This is from Zero Hedge. Let's take a look. While we wait to see if and when the Senate will pass and the President will sign a Bill H3 6393, Intelligence Authorization Act for the fiscal year 2017, which was passed by the House at the end of November with an overwhelming majority, which seeks to crack down on websites suspected of conducting Russian propaganda and calling for the U.S. government to counter active measures by Russia to exert covert influence. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has been openly exposed. This is unbelievable. That the CIA has openly said that the assessment says that Russia has intervened in the election to help Trump win. Meanwhile, they're doing nothing. If they're just trying to raise ire about Russia, we know also that Moscow had contacts with Trump during the campaign, so nobody's pointing their finger at Trump, mind you. Everybody's pointing their finger at innocent websites that are trying to reveal the truth. Isn't that amazing? Calling me a communist is ridiculous. I created a new concept called hybrid capitalism here in America. I wrote a book about it. And it's a way of balancing out the best possible solutions for an economy using some government input, at least getting the government to run efficiently. And I actually built this entire concept around getting a return on investment for our government so that it doesn't have to rely on taxes. And the concept is in the book, and you can download it at AmericasThirdParty.com for 99 cents. But here is the book, Hybrid Capitalism. We don't need communism. We've got hybrid capitalism, thank you. And Donald doesn't have anything like this. He has connections with the Russian mobs. So instead of focusing on, solving the Russian problem with Donald Trump, we're out there just trying to call out naming and blaming any one website that may or may not have something to do with Russia. So this whole story is bizarre. It's like America's censoring itself now big time. Calling for the U.S. government to counter active measures by Russia to exert covert influence carried out in coordination with or at the behest of political leaders or the security services of the Russian Federation, and the role of the Russian Federation has been hidden or not acknowledged publicly. So I guess they're trying to shut down RT. Many people are getting their news from RT. Thank you very much, Alec. I appreciate it. Putin holds Donald's hips, then thrusts deeply into his commie-loving butt. Yeah, you know who loves commies? Donald Trump. Thanks, Alex. No wonder you're feeling a little verklempt lately. No, I'm not paid by anybody. I really believe that Hillary is the lesser of the two evils right now. We've got a guy who doesn't even understand the Constitution. If you're an elector watching this show right now, worldwide, one of the U.S. electors is bound to be watching us. Donald Trump is subverting our Constitution. I am not in any way part of Alex or any of the other people. I'm the real deal. Alex got his information from me. When I ran the story about Abbottabad being fake, and Osama bin Laden wasn't there, it was a fake guy that was taken out, and God knows he probably killed him, and I doubt they even dumped his body overseas. That was a lie. They never showed us a picture of a dead Osama bin Laden, And ironically, there was never any genetic evidence presented in international court either. They got us to believe that Abbottabad happened. I was the guy that broke the story. Alex Jones jumps in his SUV and starts talking to the camera right after I broke the story. And the rest is history. But when you look at the picture of Osama bin Laden and compare him to the picture of this fake guy, you know that there's some real weird lies going on in our government. I'm the guy who broke right after Joan Rivers died. I was sitting here with Sarah 1.5 months prior, and we had heard the story of Obama being married to a tranny. That's one of his imposters, I think. He's slightly different in looks. But when Joan Rivers broke the story about Barack Obama being married to a tranny, I ran that story with Sarah. I was saying, you know, Sarah, I think she's going to probably be dead in a month and a half. And we did that on camera. It's still on YouTube. You can see it. And sure enough, 1.5 months later, she died. She was killed at the Yorkville Clinic from some new guy that came in and did some biopsy on her without the approval of her or her daughter. And her daughter now found out that in a court case against the Yorkville Endoscopy Clinic that Joan Rivers didn't even have an autopsy. Can you imagine? So at the very least, let's bring on a little Joan Rivers and let her show you what she said, and we'll show you some proof that indeed Barack Obama is married to a transgender named Michael Robinson Obama.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
We already have it with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
You know Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
A transgender. We all know.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, for some of you who are visually challenged, I'm going to help you out here. Yeah, I played this a few times, and I know that a lot of you just don't get it. You don't see it. Apparently you need an eye for this, but hang on. I personally I'm not at all interested in this type of thing, but I don't know about you, but this right here, what is that? Is that a colostomy bag? Does anybody know? What is that right there that's floating around? Colostomy bag? How many people in here think it's a penis? Say one if you believe it's a penis. That's a pee-pee, yeah. How many people believe it's an air pocket? It could be a testicle, I don't know, but what is it? Does anybody know? Okay, I'm going to say, if you have any other belief that it's something other than penis, you can press 2. So let's see if you're on record saying it's 1. Hold it. We have failure. I'm going to say 1. You say 2. Bingo is in denial. Okay. Michelle Obama doesn't have any legitimate childhood pictures. No. And I might want to remind you that his wife, Barack, his husband, whatever, neither one of them have any children. Sasha and Malia are the adopted children of... Let me get away. I want to make sure you have a good visual on this. Are you done with this now? Are we done here? All right. Thank you. Yeah, let me show you a picture of Sasha and Malia's real parents. There's something moving there. Well, that's big of you. So this is the future of our great country, America. Two puppets sitting there talking about nothing. Mark, I want a cracker. Total parrots. Brock, Polly want a foreign policy. Brock, Polly should call Kissinger. Brock, Trump should call Kissinger. Brock. Yeah. They have no clue as to what they're doing. Neither one of them. They're just sitting there for a photo shoot. No, I did not get insights from... I worked hard for that money, thank you. And I bought those Honda Insights myself with my cash. I don't take pay for play. I don't do that. I'm not buyable. Well, let's be clear. Some of you think everybody's buyable because money seems to be big in your life, but like I was saying earlier, I was born to be a non-materialist, to not be influenced by money, to not pad my own pocket in this world, to just simply live humbly and seek out the truth. And that's what I've done. Here's proof that Obama's kids are adopted, and here are the real parents.
Fisher of Men here. I found the real parents of Malia and Sasha.
Let's fast forward to that picture that he has. There they are, somewhere around here. Oh, there's satanic images in here. Hang on. There they are. This is it. Make no mistake about it. This is off of his Fisher of Men's video that he did. This is the parents of Sasha and Malia. They are loaning their children out to continue this hoax of an incredibly twisted presidency of Barack Obama and his transgender lover, Michael. So there is the hoax source. That's why Sasha and Malia do not have birth certificates. No, I don't support Hillary. I never did. I just simply think she's better considering Trump is unable to read the Constitution. Well, I'll give you a link to the video if you'd like. Would that be easier? Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, according to Edward Snowden, it's very possible that Osama bin Laden is alive right now and living somewhere in the Bahamas. That's what he said. There's no evidence that Osama bin Laden died in Abbottabad either, Randy. Okay? None whatsoever. There is no body picture of him when he died. Not one. If you could get a picture of his floating body or something, that would be great. But there won't be any picture of him floating either. The reality is, Osama bin Laden was a way for Donald Trump to talk about the birth certificate, to get noticed. And now he's dropped the whole birth certificate issue completely, and he won't even prosecute Obama because he's part of the left, the New World Order scumbag Kissinger's plan. Yeah. So the whole thing about Osama bin Laden being captured, allegedly, is a diversion. All I can tell you is Hillary would only have one opportunity for one Supreme Court pick. In the meantime, Hillary's under a close microscope by our government. And the very simple fact that she's under investigation already implies that we should move with her because she's at least being investigated. Trump doesn't even think he should be investigated. And he doesn't even want to talk about Pizzagate. He wants to limit free speech. A guy who used Twitter to become president-elect now doesn't want anyone to use Twitter. Isn't that interesting? Nobody ever bought me anything. I paid $4,000 for Sarah's car, and then we had to put a $2,000 battery in it. Yeah. And mine I paid $6,000 or $7,500 for originally, and then I put a $2,000 battery in that and another $1,000 in repairs. So nobody ever bought me anything. Can't believe you people. Anyway, we have pictures of Osama bin Laden before and after. You know, if you want, I can compare their photos, and I'll show you it's not the same guy. There's just no way. I've done this before on our anti-war rally. You see, they needed to come up with a way to change the dialogue. You see, Trump stole my idea of going after Barack Obama's birth certificate. I was the original birther presidential candidate. And then Trump started saying, oh, well, you know, we make a big deal. And he got noticed during this time period. Big time. Not just through his show, but he got noticed politically. And now he's dropped the whole story. Now he won't even talk about Obama being born in Kenya. And this is the real Osama bin Laden. We know for a fact this is him. And there's some significant differences in their face. But without going into detail, I'm just going to focus on their nose. The nose knows, as they say. Yeah. And all I'm doing right now is something so simple it's ridiculous. You can't tell the difference between these two noses? Let me draw you a picture. Okay. I'll leave that up and you can just compare that. Because some of you are blind to reality. Apparently, you have no critical thinking ability. Okay, so this whiteboard shows very simply that one is different than the other. So let's face it, we are dealing with two people. Everyone has a nose, man. Bingo, Sarah doesn't pay me rent right now. Yeah, there was people, she was donating money to the household here, but, you know, people said that she was paying me rent, and then it became a big issue, and we just decided, hey, you know, she never had to pay me a penny. I never asked her for any money. She just contributes because she cares. Yeah, back again. Master Meatball hanging out at iBlog. All right. Randy, why don't I just send you a copy of my bank account statements, okay? Would that be something better? Just I'll email them to you. That way you'll be able to scrutinize my every asset. God, man. Trump won't even show you his birth, or what his, I guess he hasn't shown his birth certificate, ironically, yeah. Does Trump have his birth certificate out there? Could anyone find Trump's birth certificate? Thanks. Some say I'm a millionaire. If I were a millionaire, it would be a tragedy, wouldn't it? Western media fake news about Syria exposed. That's a good video. I've seen that. Or is this a new one? Because I like new videos too. That's it. There it is. Okay, we'll feature that in about 20 minutes. Western media fake news about Syria exposed. You see, I tweeted something today to Donald and to the rest of the world. Why aren't you pulling support for rebels right now? Why don't you tell Putin that you don't want to support the rebel troops ever? Why don't you make that statement, Donald, and show the world that you really are trying to help make peace in the world? That would be a great move. And not make it part of a trading agreement for land and property deals that you and your family might be maneuvering around in Florida to develop. Yeah. So we'll feature that story later. Well, Trump has speeches he will allow his birth certificate. Why won't Obama? Well, number one is I have my birth certificate out there. Does Trump have his birth certificate out there? Hi, Kurt. How you doing? What happened to Goldie? What happened to Goldie? I mean, why did she do that? Does anybody know why she went in for lip jobs like the Jennifer Garner had? God, I wish I could just tell all these women, don't do it. There ought to be a law against lip jobs. I mean, what the hell? I know you guys aren't married, but I mean, it's her body, but she's in the middle of a phase, yeah. I should say so. I'm in the middle of a phase just dealing with the reality of looking at her picture. I just don't know what's going on. You know, maybe she could, you know, kind of... Can she reverse that? You guys have a lot of money, right? residuals from your time at Disney. Yeah. I just don't know what's going on with the lip thing. You're an ass? Really? Okay, and you're not? So somebody wanted to actually know how much I'm worth. Money doesn't mean anything to me, really. Okay, let's talk about... oh, come on, Boogie. You've been saying that 14 times in the room. Just come up with something new to talk about. Can you do your impersonation of the Rothschilds? Why would I have to impersonate them? You're having Tim Gunn over for tea? Really? That would be kind of cool. Okay, everybody. We're going to Goldie Hawn's today. I'm going to be visiting Kurt and Goldie. Let's just make it work, everyone. What's your mental diagnosis? I'm here to have fun. You're a loser. I don't have a problem with Sarah. She and I are doing fantastic. I bought those Honda Insights to show that I'm simply living within my means, as so many people in America are seemingly doing. Yeah, I heard the Canadian Prime Minister is sucking up. What do you think, having a father like Fidel Castro and having all these connections to big money? I mean, hello, you guys picked a New World Order puppet. Trudeau obviously is working for the New World Order. You know that. David, it took me 6 hours to log in. What's going on? We are being censored heavily. We're being hit by over 100 million viewers tonight around the world. We've got a crisis situation in South Korea. 400 people have died, allegedly, just holding up ATP signs. That they're killing them, they're slaughtering them for holding up ATP signs. They love me in South Korea because of the UHF signal that I've been delivering. Not me personally, but has been broadcast for us simply because people like us. Has a rogues gallery of characters? Really? Oh, come on. Let me show you my cars. I mean, in 2008, before my body was altered and turned into a hologram, I was doing a show, and we simply did the show from our home, in which I showed you my car. Let me show you. This is me in 2008.
Hi. Good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount, and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV.
Oh, yeah. So it is a front-wheel drive. It's a brilliant car. The Japanese did a great job designing it. I'm not branding my ego. And I'm not even branding my name. I'm not like Trump, dude. I'm not into money. A U.S. Auto Corporation is not Bernie Sanders socialism. It's hybrid capitalism. What the hell's wrong with you people? Are you not following the discussion? We will make new vehicles at the U.S. Auto Corporation when I take the remainder amount of money or assets that GM owes us still and convert it into a factory. This is a simple way to get a return on investment for American taxpayer dollars. There's nothing wrong with it. So hybrid capitalism breeds and multiplies capital so the government doesn't have to require you to pay taxes. No, I'm not a socialist, never was. I'm not a communist. Trump hasn't built anything. Most of the money he actually built a building, or he bought a building that was built, or he built it, and the guy who built it sued him. And he never got full payment for the building itself. 12 hours and you're finally in. 849, wow. Wrong. Hybrid capitalism is a blend of some of the better forms of economics. It takes a little bit of the Chicago school with the Austrian school, mixes it together with the Keynesian model, and it creates, and using a small amount of federal ownership, not to create a bigger bureaucracy, but rather to get a return on investment, makes a lean, clean running machine for our government. I have never slandered Donald Trump. Never. I can tell you, Donald Trump is a person who obviously is greedy, self-admitted greedmonger, and he's also engaged in some pretty weird, sordid activities, like walking into a Miss Teenage USA pageant. No, this is absolute fact. This is not slander. And he actually said that, "Don't mind me, it was nothing I haven't seen before," when he was standing there next to women, girls, 14 years old, as young as 14 years old. That's not slander, that's just the truth. Yeah, now, Rosneft President Igor Section meets with the ExxonMobil Rex Tillerson. Ah, that's right. I don't know what Rex Tillerson paid Donald Trump to become Secretary of State, but we'll see if he announces it formally. Dave, my family in Lithuania are having a hard time getting in this chat. I know. Have you considered going into another chat room? There it is, right there. You're a psychopath. Okay. His family from Lithuania can't get into the chat. So I'm going to give you guys another angle to get into the chat. If you haven't been into our show at iVlog, G29 says you have it wrong. The only thing you could copyright would be the diagrams of the wordings, but not, no. No, you're still not even understanding the whole situation. The bulk of copyright trademark law comes under the heading of intellectual property rights, as well as just the general theme of intellectual property rights. Once a person lies progressively, continuously to get an election, to win an election, using my ideas, they're breaching my intellectual property. I don't know why we're having this discussion. Cover-up admitted radioactive fish off U.S. West Coast with disturbing fingerprint of Fukushima. Now, we are talking about Fukushima. Donald Trump has never mentioned the word. He doesn't talk about homeless people. He doesn't talk about Afghanistan being used to create opium sales for the CIA. He never talks about how our government is secretly funding ISIS. Oh, I'm sorry, he did say that one time when he copied our show. I remember now. But he doesn't understand what he said. He's having a hard time with it. But if you want to get into this chat from Lithuania, you might want to try this chat room right here. It's ivlog.tv/user/AmericasThirdParty. Try that out. And we have a lot of room in there still. This is a cover-up. Admitted, this is shtfplan.com. They've been covering up the dangerous footprint of radiation coming from Fukushima. Radioactive fish off U.S. coast with disturbing fingerprint of Fukushima. The entire Pacific coast of the United States, Canada, and Mexico have been contaminated with radioactive particles from Fukushima. And finally, it's being officially acknowledged this is really happening. It's a stark reminder that the effects from Fukushima radiation continually spilling into the ocean have not been abated. The site continues to leak highly toxic radioactive material to this day. Nothing is stopped. So radiation from Fukushima has been detected on Oregon shores. Seaborne radiation from Japan's Fukushima nuclear disaster has been detected. Seawater samples from Tillamook Bay and Gold Beach indicate radiation from a nuclear disaster, but at extremely low levels, not harmful to humans or the environment. Of course, they claim it's safe, but it's cesium-134. That's the number one fingerprint of the corium leak at Fukushima. Hello, welcome. Loving me long time. That's so nice. If words were magical, we'd be having a complete international orgasm right now. I don't have a virus in my computer. None whatsoever. Thank you, Nadia Comaneci. Ah, You are so amazing. Are you the original Nadia? Wow. I'm sorry, but we'll move on from Goldie Hawn. She's going through some tough times. Nadia Comaneci. Wow. No, I don't have a virus. Your brain is a virus. First perfect 10 Montreal 1976 Olympics, 2 years before Sarah was born. Ladies and gentlemen, she's 55 years old. The legendary Nadia Comaneci in our room right now. It's a great honor to meet a strong man like you, David. Thank you so much, Nadia. Let me play your clip. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna pause it and let it queue up. You are amazing. What a terrific talent. We're honored to have you here. Yeah, I did a little videography for some Olympians one year, some mile runners. It was kind of fun. One woman I remember I did work for her. She had all these clips of when she was a runner in high school, and she wanted me to piece them all together and make her an edited video for her family. No, I don't have a virus in my computer. I love your new president. He seems like a good commie lover to you. Oh, Nadia. I don't. He's not a good commie lover. He's an untrustworthy person who's actually jilted people out of money. He has over 60 people filing lawsuits just to get paid. He's not what you think he is. And I would urge the Russians to really rethink your position here in dealing with this guy. Honestly, he thinks he's playing you, you're playing him, and we're all getting played. Ironically. Yeah, I did a lot of wedding videography, yeah. I spent years making wedding videos. It wasn't very lucrative. It turns out I left the Los Angeles market, which was like $5,000 a video. And at the time I was working for someone else who offered me his entire half of his business, and then one day later rescinded it. His wife was an Iranian, and her brother had come over from Iran and wanted to work here. And as much as I love doing that, and I would have loved to stay in the LA market, he said, David, I got some bad news. The next day he says, David, I got some bad news. I'm going to be giving half of my business to my Iranian brother-in-law. It's like, right. Wow. After all this time helping him out. And then along the lines of building a new wedding business, I moved up here 20 years ago. And I started networking with the Northwest Bridal Association. And I've had some Bridezilla stories oh yeah. I had a situation where a guy actually was on mic, and I had a hot mic on his lapel, and he was the groom, and he was walking up talking to the bride's brother about all the anal sex he had with his sister. Yeah. And then how all the guys in town had anal sex with his future bride. Can you imagine being a groom and walking up to the brother of the bride and saying that you had anal sex with the bride? And that she had anal sex with all the guys all around? Can you imagine what kind of a scumbag would do that? That's the worst case of groomzilla I've ever seen. It was just unbelievable. And I had it on audio tape. It was like, I'm listening to this. I couldn't believe it. Exclusive. DHS says Georgia hack may have been rogue employee. Thank you, Deep Down. We're still tracking the Russian involvement in this recent election, which probably is going to get thrown out. I think the prophecy that Barack Obama is going to be serving three terms is coming true as we sit here right now. It looks more and more like Donald Trump has been blowing it left and right across the globe. For some reason, people aren't coming into iBlog, and I don't know. Maybe iBlog's been controlling their access point too. We have been told that iBlog may be run by a Zionist organization supporting Trump. Yes. Moscow had contacts with Trump during the campaign. And this just in. Secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. So we know now that this is serious. This is not some joke. This could put Barack Obama in a third-term scenario. Now, the DHS has said, Department of Homeland Security said, that Georgia hack may have been a rogue employee. Wow. The hack attack that targeted the Georgia Secretary of State's system. Okay, I don't know. At this point, I'm beginning to still believe that we have a camera crisis. Let me go to scene 3. Hi, Sarah. Carpet dog. Well, this pretty much wraps up our evening of nonstop chatter. The anti-war rally, of course, did culminate in me tweeting Donald Trump saying, "Are you still going to support rebels in Syria? And why, basically, are you still pro-war?" So we'll see if that turns into something. Hey, if he really is in bed with the Russians, you're going to make that statement pretty soon, I would hope. No, I don't have a virus in my computer. Why turn off guests for 5 minutes? Guest 241, could you please shut up? Thanks. David, can we hear some time about crazy parties in LA? Sure. Like that night in 1980 when I vomited my guts out in a Hollywood house where... No, you're just the guy that was harassing us earlier. In a Hollywood house where it was just like a wild Hollywood party where I got in this hot tub, fully clothed, of course. We were trying to get the women to take their clothes off at the time, but we didn't succeed. I was just a young guy. I was about 20 years old. And everyone was clothed. And I didn't vomit anything there. I got so sick, we actually had a shot for every year in the 1970s. And I don't drink. I haven't had any alcohol. Well, slightly. I may have a little wine now and then, but it was so horrible. I could have gotten alcohol poisoning. I got up. I was like, oh, sure, I'll have some champagne. And I had it was like unbelievable, reckless. Do not drink heavy when you're young. You don't know what you're doing. And you get out of the situation where you got to get to a bathroom right away. So I got to a bathroom and I chucked my guts out. And it was horrible. And I managed to get into my VW van, which I was living in at the time. And it was parked right on the street there in a safe place in Hollywood. I was so thankful for that. And I slept the night away, and I woke up the next day with the dry heaves. And all I can remember was getting in that car and listening to Bob Dylan all the way home on my cassette deck, my Kenwood Jensen 4-speaker separate system. And I just listened to Bob Dylan all the way home until I got to my family's house the next day for New Year's Day dinner. And I couldn't hold anything down. I was still like dry heaving that whole day. But I'm so glad that I got through that, because that's a killer for a lot of people. They die of alcohol poisoning. But I was lucky I vomited, because if I hadn't vomited, I might have died that night. So it looks like Trump could have a real problem with the electors coming up if he continues to make stupid moves during the transition, which he's already done, picking Jeff Sessions, a guy who says that good people don't smoke marijuana. Now picking an executive from the ExxonMobil Corporation, possibly as a Secretary of State. God knows what he got in return for that. I never had big problems with my parents. I was always very much their favorite son. Great story. When the vet passed to kill your presidency. Raider, I'm an open book. I don't have any problem telling you that I drank too much when I was 20 years old. People do that all the time. I just can tell you that I don't drink now, and I haven't I've never been an alcoholic or anything like that, but when I had that bad experience, it kind of... when you start heaping your guts out over the porcelain goddess, you don't want to actually drink again. So we'll see. The electors are voting in about 9 days now, December 19th, and we'll see if 35 electors want to defect from the Republican support for Donald Trump and pick somebody else. They could even pick Gary Johnson, and it would screw Trump up royally. If Trump loses 35 electors, and these guys can vote anything they want, it doesn't have to be Hillary. When he loses 35 electors, the entire election goes into suspension. And I believe that Paul Ryan will either become the president or Barack Obama will remain a third term under emergency order. No, it's not illegal. In fact, it's a small fine. If the electors jump ship, they have to pay $1,000 apiece. So the cost of $35,000 basically a Honda Civic, or a Honda. I guess you can get a Honda Civic for less than $35,000, but a hybrid Honda Civic. Actually, I think a Toyota Prius, the top of the line is $35,000. So the cost of a top of the line Toyota Prius, you're going to actually see our election flip on Donald and say, "Bye, Donald. We don't need you." He's a total ass clown. Thank you for saying that, Nadia Comaneci. I think you should try reading the Constitution because Donald Trump hasn't. Yeah. Donald Trump wants to stomp on your freedom of speech. He wants to tell you that anybody who criticizes him in the media is going to be arrested. That's not freedom of speech. He wants to tell people that anyone who burns a flag will lose their citizenship. But what citizenship would they have? A residence of the non-country of America? I mean, hello? Does he even think before he talks? The rump army is just a bunch of reprobates sitting there drinking beer going, "I want to make America great again and Donald Trump's going to make it happen for me." But he won't give you $400 a month. I will. And I can win those guys over by simply saying, "Hey, yeah, anybody qualifies for $400 a month. Could you please stop listening to Donald Trump because he's not going to give you squat." No, my viewers on Vaughn are completely censored. My whole show on Vaughn, and possibly it looks like I'm being censored on that other network, iVlog. So I'm going to say goodnight to iVloggers. Take care. It looks like that's under the Trump control too. I'm going to find another network that they don't own and get you guys some guest chatting capability because I think you're having a problem getting into that network too, overseas. Trump is planning on spending $1 million a day to have Melania and his son Barron in the Trump Plaza in New York. That's $365 million a year he wants to finance his own security. I mean, this is ridiculous. We need to stop Trump, but we need to do it legally through legal channels. I would have taken callers all night long. I've been available. I mean, you're kind of hitting me at the very end here. We haven't been into the Pizzagate room. Do you want to go in there, or would you rather go into the impeach Trump room to spend the rest of our evening? Pizzagate or impeach Trump? Or actually, we could just stay in Sarah's room. It's really pretty there. Let's check it out. There it is. We still have the $400. And this is our plan to get people in the country extra money. It's a good plan. It also gets rid of the dangerous cost of welfare. Trump doesn't have a clue as to how to get rid of welfare. I've already engineered a plan. $400 per month per U.S. adult citizen. Yep. Look at Trump. Trump isn't what you think he is, guys. Yeah. You want to look at the best weapons on earth, you're probably looking at Russia right now, unfortunately. $400 per month per U.S. adult citizen isn't a question. This is just a reality. You know, we've talked about having our genetic materials stored for later reference, so it's possible we could have kids someday. No, we're not going to talk about Trump anymore, man. He's probably not going to win the number of electors needed to win this race. It looks like his situation with Russia has become a high priority concern for the CIA. Here's the Washington Post talking about it right here. Chicago Tribune also ran a story. You can go to the Chicago Tribune. It's perfectly fine. So secret CIA assessment says Russia intervened in the election to help Trump win. Yeah, you guys are, it's just a matter of time now. In the next few days, we should see a major difference. Okay, let's talk about the extreme left. Yeah, I'm against them. I'm against communism and have been for years. Arctic methane melting now, thank you. Okay, I think I need to do a little troubleshooting here.
Okay, now this is going to be a very frightening video, and
Okay, we're going to be looking at melting of the ice caps and Arctic methane, which could be a major danger to humanity. We've talked about the possibility that yeah, you don't even know their name. The Chinese CIA is so secret they don't even know their name. Well, we have the ability to have sex, Sarah and I do, but we don't want children unnecessarily. If you tried to punch me, I'd punch you back pretty hard, man. Have you seen me throw a punch? I could shatter your jawline and throw the bridge of your nose right up into your head in one punch. Actually, it'd be two. Yeah, you wouldn't be pretty, so you wouldn't want to punch me, man. You know, Trump has already, having the CIA admit that Trump has already been getting help from Russia to win this election, you'd think that would be enough for everybody to, stand up and go, oh my gosh, what's going on? But these Trump-tards are so retarded that they come in here bragging that maybe he won by 2 or 3 votes, when they don't even understand that the Russians hacked many of the Diebold voting systems, you morons. You didn't really win this election. And by the way, Hillary won the popular vote. You absolute idiots. No, you're wrong. In fact, the majority of the people voted for Hillary, you stupid, mindless, dumb shit. Is that good enough? Yeah, that's basically what you are. A stupid, mindless, dumb shit. Yeah, she won the popular vote. God, you people are real retards. It's amazing. No, the Diebold voting system could be hacked from a back door or through a USB. Well, I had to use the word. Well, frankly, the whole word is now open season. I can say that anytime I want. I haven't used the F word in my entire time in 8 years online. I have not used the F word. Isn't that amazing? I don't think anybody could say that. Not even Chef Ramsay. My God, man! Pull yourself together! Yes, I know that Ed is dealing with stage 4 lung cancer. I heard that. Hillary didn't manage her campaign right. She didn't even get her signage in order. I think she was just a throwaway candidate at the time. Or maybe she just mismanaged everything. I don't know. Maybe she was played. Trump did not win the popular vote. Would you like me to show you? You said Ed? Okay. I look normal, thank you. Okay. Here's your, the proof is in the pudding, right? IBT Times has, IBTimes.com has exactly what I just said. Latest popular vote election results show Clinton leads Trump by 2.6 million votes. Thank you. And I believe that's December 8th. That was 2 days ago. No, I'm set for life. I retired at the age of 50. Trump has to keep working because he's deep in debt. You're calling me a con artist? Some Svengali con artist? What is a Svengali con artist? That's amazing you would come up with such a weird name. Svengali con artist. You got a flim-flam artist for Barack Obama and Donald Trump. These guys are flim-flam artists. I look better at 56. Trump, by the way, doesn't want to prosecute Hillary because it would get too close to his good friend Jeffrey Epstein, the known pedophile. Yeah, the whole Podesta thing wraps around and gets Epstein into the deal. I know many of you didn't know that. All right, well, so you're learning. Look at, all involved will be imprisoned. Oh my God. Wow, you really are out to lunch. That's amazing. Okay, let's go over here. I'm just adding some pictures to my show. I was running out of pictures of myself. Nice Trump hair tonight. Nice Trump hair. This is not Trump hair. This is my hair. Trump copied my hair. The mainstream media, dude, you see what this fake news story is doing? It's actually undermining the possibility of people actually having a credible answer to anything. That's what happens when you undermine the entire news service that you've been faking for years. The mainstream media is fake news. I'm sure Donald Trump is reeling from the tweet I sent him today. He doesn't know what to think. Yeah, Trump's friends with Clinton. That's right. That's what I need to do. Okay, there we go. And as a good friend, he's protecting his Jeffrey Epstein's reputation. Because if this winds around from the Podestas and Clinton and the satanic ritual sex with children to Jeffrey Epstein and his satanic temple on top of the hill, they have a temple that they worship Satan at the top of the hill in Orgy Island. Would you like me to show you Orgy Island up close? Let me take some time to show you that. Okay, we said goodnight to iVlog. Good night, iVlog. And I will bring up that picture real quick here. Thank you. Yeah, the bigger play is, why did you choose Trump over Clinton when they were both part of the same New World Order team? That's my question. Why you didn't go for a third party like I've been talking about for the past 8 years? And why are you sitting here denying that they're censoring me when I got millions of people watching me outside on the UHF networks and only 100 people are allowed in here? Do you think I look like Rick Ashley? Have you been Rick-rolled? Trump won't even prosecute Hillary, and he won't prosecute Barack Obama, which I find rather strange that you people think he's okay. Trump is not known as anti-establishment. He's a complete Kissinger suck-up. In fact, I'm going to call him Kissinger's bitch. I'm about ready to tweet that. We'll be referring to him hashtag Kissinger's bitch. So this is what they're doing. Just to recap, they're spraying chemicals in the sky that's killing the population, altering the weather rapidly, and creating a climate change disorder. They're hand-picking a puppet like Trump to manage this nonsensical, just bread and circus's disaster zone, while they continually spray you, dumbing you down. And yes, Dave does Trump watch you. Thank you. Yeah, what is this Sinvali stuff that you're talking about? We got about, I'd say, 30% of our group here are Trump-tards. They think this is a contrail from condensation. They are dumping chemicals on your head to alter the weather. So we are facing a doomsday scenario, which we'll be looking at in just a few minutes, brought to you by the HARP report, in which they're talking about the melting of the ice caps and, yes, the methane coming up from the ground and killing off the population. So they're trying to accelerate this process so that they can do what is called a global ecological reset. You're wondering why they would do this to our beautiful Earth? Because they don't give a crap. They could live underground and breathe filter air, they think. They've got all the money they want. And they don't need you. Because they could replace you with robots. That's right. The whole world could be filled with robots, they think, and that they could serve the elites. They don't need humans. Humans actually eat food. Yes. Humans actually breathe air. They would be breathing the air the elitists would have to breathe. That would be terrible. So they're systematically, quickly trying to kill off the population. It's that simple. They could breed robots. In 20 years, you'll see breeding centers for humanoids and androids. You will see the ability of this super race to take over your mundane human population. You will be assimilated by a new world order unless you stand up to this right now and say, I've had enough. I'm not going to take any more. Japan has launched a space junk collection. Okay, thanks. That's kind of irrelevant. It's one of those irrelevant links. No, this isn't a Trump's poor man party. This channel is a place we can cohabitate online. Dave, have you listened to Coast AM? Yeah, Art Bell there's something really wrong with this guy. I don't know what it is. And then George Norrie has been a very deep voice in the Coast to Coast history. Yeah, I just think their voice gets deeper, but their message gets all lost. I never had sex with anyone. No. Not technically. I wear a body rubber every time I go out. Muppets Pigs in Space reboot has pig guts, husses, and aliens humping. Okay. Are you getting a little bit tangential here? Because this is getting a little weird. We're supposed to be stopping war. We got people dying in South Korea fighting for freedom and mentioning my name. I'm a little freaked out. You want to talk about Pigs in Space reboot. I mean, seriously? This is what the whole country has turned into. It's just a mindless distraction. It's weird. Ja, Atbel, stupid gaga. Doppelganger. So any other questions? I think we covered the territory. The latest popular vote, Hillary Clinton has won the popular election. Donald Trump is about to lose the Electoral College vote, leaving only one decision. Barack Obama will serve a third term. That's my prediction. You can take it or leave it. And I don't like Barack Obama. I had a radio show. You can go check it out at AmericasThirdParty.com. I've got 200 sessions. You just listen to me talk. Yeah. Go there and click on the old site button and listen to one of my 200 radio shows. I got lots of radio. So this is what they think they can do. They can create artificial cloud formations. They can create the weather. Yeah. I'm not a Jewish Russian. No. I'm a former German. Historically, my ancestry is German. Dates back to a castle in the Rhineland of Germany called the Castle Sponheim. If you'd like, I'll take you there. If you'd like that. Okay, you don't care. All right, I don't have to take you there. Well, why don't I just take you there anyway? I take you on a journey. You're traveling through time and space, both things and ideas. My eyes are green. I have hazel eyes. You're watching the strange and bizarre life of David Sponheim as he battles censorship at the highest level.
TV, though I a good deal about it in your own case especially. Well, depending, of course, on the thematic treatment you're using, if you have the temerity to try to dramatize a theme that involves any particular social controversy currently extant, then you're in deep trouble. For instance? A racial theme, for example. The case in point, I think, a show I did for the Steel Hour some years ago, 3 years ago, called Noon on Doomsday, which was a story which purported to tell what was the aftermath, the alleged kidnapping in Mississippi of the Till Boy, the young Chicago Negro.
When Rod Serling, the famous creator of the Twilight Zone. Yes, I do, Kevin. I pound down supplement drinks. I drink a healthy fruit juice drink with non-GMO soy, vanilla flavored, that I picked up for 10 cents a bottle. I bought a box full of non-GMO soy individual containers. I've got so many. They're over 3 years past due, but man, they still taste great. And I blend them up with a banana and a supplement mix of protein that's non-GMO, vegetable-based proteins, along with vitamins. And blueberries are essential. Strawberries are in there. Yeah. And I blend it up with a Bamix. I just zip, zip, zip and drink it. Man, I feel great. Yeah. You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension of both sight and sound. Of both things and ideas. You've just crossed over into a wondrous land of both that of your imagination and that of David Sponheim. The land is America's Third Party, and you've entered America's Third Party zone. So thanks for coming in, everybody. We're coming up on the final 7 minutes of the show. You guys have had a hard time getting in here. We're still trying to come up with a chat alternative for people in Asia. I may have to do a Twitch show or something. That might work. I'm going to look into that. I don't have a real day job. I retired at the age of 50 because I'm so frugal that I saved enough money to live the rest of my life. Yeah. I know that sounds hard for you as spendthrifts to understand, but if you do diligent savings and focus, you can retire at the age of 50, unlike Donald Trump, who is still working and trying to make money for his family because he is $640 million in debt. Isn't that sad? That's so sad. I heard Twitch had a show for general consumption, social. Is it strictly video games? They gave up their social thing. Well, there you have it. Another example of how America's Third Party Zone is changing the world. You're watching a show that's reaching now millions of people, far beyond the scope of censors, and we're raising awareness for democracy from the ground up. Your next stop, freedom. Only in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, they said, well, that's the thing. Trump is only worth $3.7 billion, but because he has outstanding debt to Deutsche Bank and some other major debt holders, he shares an obligation of $2 billion with. I am not a Clinton supporter. I've never been a Clinton supporter. I would never support Clinton unless Trump stood out as a bigger problem than Clinton. Now, with the history of pedophilia and the whole Podesta thing that's bubbling up, allegedly, with Clinton connections, also lead back to Trump through his association with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, let me finish this little statement that I was trying to make, because at the very least, we can talk about that, okay? Let me open up my archive. He doesn't know how to balance money. Good point. Thank you, Walton. You know, simple stuff like that really hits the mark. We're getting shaded. Yeah, we're getting limited to 100 viewers on this show. But we have viewers all over the world. It's phenomenal how the response in Korea and Australia. We're number one in Sydney and Melbourne right now. We're number one in 30 different markets across the globe. And I'm not profiting from any of this. This is just me talking every night. I know it sounds almost hard to believe, but we are witnessing a revolution of sorts. And it's a revolution of people trying to figure out what the hell's going on with the satanic cults that are leading the world through powerful money groups. They just want to replace us with robots, so there you have it. And they want to alter the atmosphere with chemicals and electricity. But this is the story that Donald Trump doesn't want you to know about. The Temple of Orgy Island. Little St. James, a location where some alleged that Bill Clinton engages in ancient fertility rites with minors. I know this is hard to believe, but yeah. The temple. Jeffrey Epstein, this guy, is Donald Trump's friend. Yeah. And Donald Trump doesn't want you to talk about Pizzagate, and he won't talk about it because it does wrap back to him. That's why he's so xenophobic about the use of the word Pizzagate. And there's no fake news out there. You should decide what's news and what's not. It's the onus of proof is upon the person who is actually accusing anyone of some crime. Well, you can just say, I don't believe that, and move on. You can't shut down free speech. This is what they've got going on here. This is a possible, this is a temple with an underground entrance. And there's a pathway from this location where they worship Satan. And they have all kinds of fertility rituals with young children, allegedly. Now, Jeffrey Epstein, this guy, is Donald Trump's friend, okay? There's a possible subterranean entrance from the actual location at ground level to this temple. Now, you're telling me this pedophile, this known pedophile who served already a year, he's going to be in the cabinet, I wouldn't doubt it, has this temple that looks like this, and it's constructed in such a way that people are saying this guy could very well be like a high priest in an evil cult which is controlling the world. And lo and behold, it's the same owl from the Bohemian Grove right there at the top of that temple. The very same owl that they do the cremation of care rituals, where these elitists sit back and they have to promote the idea that they don't care about people. They drink blood too, yes, Walton. Let me share a story with you on Monday about how I ran into a guy who confirmed all of this was true. Somebody didn't want to take the chances. There is possibly an occult rape dungeon right there in the mountain. See it? That's a question mark. All right. Bill Clinton's presence aboard Jeffrey Epstein's Boeing 727 on 11 occasions has been reported, but flight logs show that number is more than double that. Well, look if you're that sick, you should go flush your head down the toilet for a while and wake up, man. Pretty harsh words, facts would be nice. Well, gee, Roche, why don't you do some research? I mean, what is it going to take for you guys to research a subject online? You know, I have this constant conflict with Sarah because she doesn't do any of the research that I do. And you guys who don't look into the deep internet, looking farther and farther for truth, never get this stuff. And I'd like you to take my word for it, because I'm not lying to you and I'm not telling you something that isn't true. My life is set. Oh yeah, I don't live in a double wide trailer. I live in a triple modular home overlooking the Olympic Mountains with a 1 mile to the beach. I have a huge backyard. I have an acre of beautiful trees. I live in paradise compared to so many people around the world. So I'm nothing to brag about, but it's nothing to be ashamed of either. Believe me, I'm not complaining. So Donald Trump won't talk to you about the Afghanistan poppy that we grow and the government oversees. He won't mention how this stuff is actually helping the CIA get $50 billion a year in profit and kill off children in the streets of America all around the world, dying of heroin overdose. Donald Trump won't talk about why he snorted the whole time during the debates. He says he had a cold, but he said that 3 days after I mentioned that he probably should say he had a cold. So, a couple days after Jim Morrison's anniversary of his death, we're going to go ahead and play a little Jim Morrison for you as we sign off. This is him live at the Jonathan Winters show in 1967. I want to say goodnight to everybody. We'll be up till I don't know if he snorts coke. I have no idea. I don't know why a person would snort so many times in a debate. I really don't. All I can tell you is the snorting activity is indicative of something, a respiratory disorder. He may need to get that checked out. I'll be bringing you Jim Morrison in just a few minutes. Thanks, everyone, for coming in. We'll be back Monday night with Conspiracy Monday. Take a break from politics. And believe me, if you're watching me in South Korea, stay indoors. Don't go rioting. It's not going to help. People are dying as a result of the rioting going on. Thank you.